Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr. I understand Mr. Starr has asked to be excused. Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Athens, would you come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Ma'am, it's over here.
Last day of February 2017, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Well done. There are no minutes from the previous meetings. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair's report. I'd like to make a statement before I read the Budget and Finance Committee report. The recent spate of hate crimes against our Jewish brothers and sisters is simply despicable. Anchorage was one of 13 nationwide threats of violence that occurred on Monday, and together we must condemn and not allow others to condone these horrific acts. The Budget and Finance Committee met on Thursday, February 16th. The OMB director provided the following summary. At the close of the 14th month, which is February, we will know exactly where we are in terms of the 2016 revenues and expenditures, and that's today, so I'm sure those numbers are available. The departments have all underspent at year end. The 2017 budget will be a challenge if the current revenue trend continues. In regard to the spending limit furlough, OMB is putting together some options. The MOA treasurer provided the following summary. The tobacco tax will come in on budget with no projected surplus. Investment income is $1 million under budget. Fund 181, which is the building safety one, will be $1.4 million under budget. But general government, the total revenue is estimated to be $9 million under budget. The Budget Advisory Commission chair reported the following. The commission is reviewing the proposed state gasoline sales tax and discussing whether municipal gas tax is an option. The commission is also reviewing sales tax issues with the municipal attorney. We got a report from the fire chief regarding the 2016 budget overrun. He informed us that there was a misstatement in the budget regarding the academy. It was funded at $600,000 instead of $1.2 million. The allowable leave cash-in was not accrued. Overtime accounting flaw, but the chief committed to managing leave and staffing more aggressively in order to avoid excessive overtime in the future, and he's going to report back to the Assembly in May or June if there are other operational changes necessary to achieve savings. The SAP update, the HCM, which is Human Capital Management, I believe, testing was successful, and the system integrating testing began on February 22nd. There's also going to be a special Budget and Finance Committee on this Friday, March 3rd, from 12 to 1, so that we can receive an update on SAP, the project budget, and the finance requirements through completion of the project. And we're also going to receive a report from the OMB director on the function and application of the spending limitation. And our next regular meeting will be March 16th. Committee reports, I'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation Committee met on the 24th and discussed both issues with dispatch companies and the TNC ordinance, which is on our agenda tonight. As of yet, we have not scheduled a March meeting, but if we do so, I will let my colleagues know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually not in town for the Ethics and Elections Committee meeting last week, and Assemblyman Croft ran that meeting for me, so I'm hoping he would be willing to give us a little update as to what happened. But I'd also like to invite everyone to an open house. We're opening up our new election center down on 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. That's going to be this Thursday, March 2nd, from noon to 1 p.m. Noon to 1, 619 East Ship Creek Avenue. Everybody come down and check out the new equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an enterprise committee scheduled for the 16th of March, and the agenda is not set yet, but just a heads up that we do have that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trini.
We had a Rules Committee meeting on Friday, and we'll be discussing some of those items today, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trini. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. Probably should have asked this question when you were giving your presentation. Would you expound? I got an inquiry today about the proposed, or I guess the research into a municipal fuels tax. That was from the Budget Advisory Commission. Did they provide any details behind that?
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. No, there were no details. They just stated that they're going to be working with Office of Management and Budget on that issue, but there were no details provided at our Budget and Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Thank you much, Madam Chair. We did have an AMATS meeting, nothing of earth-shaking consequence, so with that, I'll pass on.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, as Assemblyman Peterson said, we had a meeting on February 22nd last week, Wednesday, of the Ethics and Elections Committee, centered on a rewrite that the Ethics Committee, this Ethics Citizen Committee has been working on for some time. Mr. Peterson, Mr. Flynn, been working hard on those issues. We went through a lot of the different provisions, and it will be read across for introduction at the March 7th Assembly meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a report, and I can't quite recall if I made my last disclosures last meeting or not, so I'd just like to do it again, just in case. I have two disclosures regarding the Anchorage Fire Department. Item 14C, AR 2017-40. It's a contribution to the Anchorage Fire Department Fire Service Area Fund for interfund loan interest payment. I do think I made the disclosure on it, but I don't remember.
You did, yeah.
And then the other one was 14J, AR 2017-59, and this is a contribution to the Anchorage Fire Department 2016 operating budget commensurate with anticipated 2016 expenditures. As the body is well aware, my husband's a firefighter. He is a captain at Station 11 and a member of IFF Local 1264, so I make the disclosure for you and the public.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Traney, can I have a motion to incorporate?
Move to incorporate the addendum agenda laid on the table items, Madam Chair, in the consent agenda.
Thank you. Addendum to the agenda. Item 9B9, AR 2017-87, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appointing a citizen naming panel to recognize and honor Anchorage pioneer Della Culver Barry for her exemplary community service. Item 9D15, Assembly Memorandum 195, 2017, executive appointment of Assembly Counsel Dean Gates. Item 914D, 14AD2, AO 2729S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28, elections to implement voting by mail and make other changes related to municipal elections. And we have one laid on the table item. It is an AIM 36-2017. The subject is an ordinance 2017-25 regarding the authorization of properties foreclosed for delinquent tax and/or special assessment. Ask unanimous consent to incorporate the addendum and the laid on table items, and I don't see any objection. Those items are incorporated. Mr. Trainer, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Now we'll see if anyone would like to pull any items, and I'll start with you, Mr. Bosky.
She was walking.
I didn't see her.
Mr. Bowles, anything to pull, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Croft.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn.
In honor of my good friend from the Chiyaki River District, I will pull item 9A1 for reading.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Whittleton.
9D12.
9D12.
D is in dog.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, there are no other items to pull. Let's vote on the remaining items on the consent agenda. Please vote. The consent agenda is approved. We are now at agenda. Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, I'd like to recognize those that were appointed to boards and commissions. Is anybody here was appointed to board or commission? I was told there's a gentleman here, it's 91, who was appointed to board or commission. Okay, must not be here.
I know one of our Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board members
Come
is
down
here.
and tell us what you're appointed to, would you please? Not that we don't know who you are, but
What do you do in your spare time?
Thank you. I'm Crystal Kennedy, and I've been appointed to the Chugiak Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Board. So,
thank you.
Congratulations.
thank you. I know, I said it all. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
Just, Madam Chair, we appointed Dean Gates as our Assembly Attorney. That was just approved. Dean, thank you for coming on board as our attorney.
Congratulations.
We look forward to work
Dean.
with you, sir. Thanks very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam.
Trainee. Ms. Dimboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Suzanne Fleet Green for getting our road board members on the agenda. We had a little lag somewhere along, and I'm sure she's the one who pushed it along. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dimboski.
Ona, you rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dimboski. We are now at agenda item 9A1. AR 2017-62, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and congratulating the Chugiak High School hockey team as the 2017 Division 4A state champions. Mr. Flynn.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a representative from the Chugiak High School?
Thank you. I'll do it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Forgot.
The black and blue are here. All right. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and congratulating the Chugiak High School hockey team as the 2017 Division 4A state champions. Whereas on February 11, 2017, the Chugiak Mustang varsity hockey team was crowned state champions in a thrilling game against the South Wolverines. And whereas the head coach of Chugiak, Rodney Wild, brought a very motivated and disciplined team to this game, obvious in the play was the season-long hard work and demonstration to redeem last year's finals loss to an Anchorage team, which I'm sure Ms. Dimboski inserted in here, a.k.a. West. Coach Wild was joined by a talented assistant coaching staff, including Walter Eunice, Ben Matthews, Robert Monfort, and Mike Farrell. Also credited for the win is assistant coach Brian Wild, who sent season-long power play signals from heaven. Whereas teamwork, fair play, and sportsmanship were evident in Chugiak's 3-0 shutout against South, goals by Andrew Beckett, 2 scored, and a full-length skate and score by Brady Lindbergh were thrilling. Equally exciting for all fans was the inspiring goalie performance of Jack Welters, who saved 31 times. Whereas this championship trophy will be added to 4 others currently on file. You file trophies in Chugiak? All right. In the trophy case at Chugiak High School, it is an especially important win for the 7 seniors of this outstanding team. And whereas the team photo accompanying this trophy will show the player names of Eric Yancey, Zachary Plusinski, Luke Momblo, Josh Bonetta, Andrew Beckett, Caden Yaki, I know that Yaki family, Rylan Lindbergh, Jacob Kaczynski, Daniel Casey, Brady Lindbergh, Sean Crumley, Peter Sims, Kyle Benson, Owen Crumley, Zachary Kranick, Matthew Lopez, Gabe Momblo, Tyler Huffer, know that family too, John Hammer, Grant Eppel, Noah Denny, Max Cottle, and Jack Walters. Therefore, be it known that this Anchorage Assembly resolution honoring the Chugiak Mustang varsity hockey team as 2017 Alaska State champions is hereby unanimously approved this 28th day of February, 2017.
So we'll have you guys in just a second come up and say your name and the position you play, okay?
I'm Eric Yancey, goaltender.
Caden Yockey, defense.
I'm Daniel Casey. I'm a center.
I'm Kyle Benson. I'm a wing.
Jacob Kaczynski, wing. Tyler Huffer, defense.
Zach Kernick, center.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski?
Don't run off, boys.
Gentlemen, you did Chugiak Eagle River proud. I know you know the Wolves were crushed along with West in this tournament, but you did Chugiak proud, and we want to thank you for making your trip all the way down here to this assembly meeting. But we are very proud of your accomplishment. I have to tell you, during your game, during the tournament, Senator Stoltz was texting me with every score. So it was pretty exciting, not just for you, but for the fans of the Mustangs. So thank you for all your hard work and dedication. But beyond that, you really have stepped it up, and you guys really do make us proud, not only on the ice, but off the ice. So thank you for your accomplishments, and thank you for being part of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Thank you, gentlemen. We're now at Agenda Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum 178, 2017, Change Order Number 1 for Original Equipment Manufacturer, O&M Parts and Repair Services from Alaska Road Tech, Inc. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to approve of the minor edit.
Thank you. Can we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd amend the title to read Change Order Number 2.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton. Can you
Move
repeat
to
that?
amend just the title so it says Change Order Number 2 instead of.
Can we have a second? Wait a second. I don't think you can change the title because it's been advertised. Mr. Foster, can you help us?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think amending the title in this instance would be fair and appropriate. Generally, the Assembly is advised not to amend the titles, but mostly so that adequate notice is provided. Here, I think this is simply a clerical correction that doesn't materially change the item that was before the Assembly for deliberation and action.
Perfect. Mr. Weddleton, would you like to repeat your amendment again, please?
Amend the title so it reads Change Order Number 2 instead of Change Order Number 1.
And we had a second. Ask unanimous consent. I don't see an objection. That is changed, amended. We now have before us the AM 178 2017, and I'd like to put it on the board, please. I'm sorry. Please vote. Thank you. And I need to go back to Assembly Resolution 9A1 because I didn't ask unanimous consent, but I'm asking now the unanimous consent to approve that resolution. And seeing no objection, the resolution is approved after the fact. Well, folks, we can't do any other business until 6 o'clock, so I'd like Mr. Trainey to make a motion to adjourn until 6 o'clock.
Please adjourn until 6 o'clock.
May I have a second? We're adjourned till 6 o'clock. The February 28th meeting is re-adjourned, and we are now at Agenda Item 13A, AR 2016-90, granting a resolution granting a public hearing regarding the conditional protest of the renewal of liquor license 1078 for Fantasies on 5th LLC DBA Fantasies on 5th, located at 1911 East 5th Avenue, Anchorage, AK 99501. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Madam Chair, as soon as the hearing is done, I'm going to move to postpone this item indefinitely with advice from legal counsel.
Thank you. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Trainee.
Move to postpone this item indefinitely, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Please vote to postpone this item indefinitely.
What if I could?
Thank you. One moment. Okay. That item is postponed indefinitely. We are now at Agenda Item 14A, AR 2017-31, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the one thing I want to say up front is that I think it would be absolutely great if the city of Anchorage could have the highest paid, with the best benefits, public employees in the country. I think that that is, a laudable goal, and it should be actually a goal of this body to put us in that position. The problem is that in order to have the highest paid public sector employees in the country, you have to have an absolutely booming private sector, because public coffers are ultimately paid for through the private sector. We don't do necessarily much work on improving the climate of the public sector. At least on this body, I was trying to think of all the things we've done since I've been here that really work towards making the private sector in Anchorage booming, financially viable, having a better business climate. And frankly, there's not much. I mean, we now and then will loosen some of the very onerous regulations we put on businesses and call it done. But I don't think we spend much time actually trying to improve the private sector economy. And as it stands, we have a pretty bad private sector economy currently. Most everybody here was at the AEDC luncheon, heard what the impact was of the last year on the budget. And in the private sector, we lost, thousands of jobs and projected to lose another 1,000 or so jobs this coming year. And it is having an impact in Anchorage. There are a lot of, people that are out of work, and it's starting to have a trickle-down effect from the oil industry to other businesses as well. And I think we all have to be very mindful of that. I don't believe that, I think it's a mistake when people try to equate government with businesses, which people do all the time. Obviously, if this was a business and we were projecting the deficits that we are currently projecting for the out years, we would be making cuts because we would have no choice because we don't control our revenue. But because we're a government, we have the option of just kind of increasing taxation, hopefully to pay for everything. And, recently we've been seeing a lot of efforts to increase taxation in the city to pay for arguably necessary services. With that being said, I'm not advocating that we should be laying off employees. I don't think it's, time for that. I think there is some merit in us trying to hold together as best we can while the state goes through all its processes. And I'm not even advocating that we have concessions from labor. Labor is our biggest expense in the municipality. And if we were going to make any kind of serious savings in our budget, that's where it would have to come. But I don't think it's time for that either. But I certainly don't believe it's time to be giving out raises over the next 3 years to employees, especially of this magnitude. They're not massive raises, but when you calculate the economic impact of this, the millions of dollars that this equates to over the next 3 years, with the projected deficit that we just had told to us at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting, I don't see how you can equate the two. It just doesn't make any sense to me that we're telling the people in Anchorage that, they have to either, pay for police or snow plows, and what we're doing is we're not laying anybody off. We're actually just giving raises to employees. I just don't know how to explain that to myself, to others. So I'm going to obviously be voting no on this. I think it's the wrong time. It seems completely illogical to me what we're doing, and I think approving this, if I approve this, it would require me to either have my head or my campaign contributions examined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Weddleton.
I agree somewhat with what Mr. Evans said, but, I think our time to chime in with those was when we were told that they were beginning the negotiations, and now that we're at the end and this was negotiated in good faith, I think it's kind of late in the game to now giving instructions on where it should have landed. I do have a couple comments that are more on procedures. We got, Susie, when this was first shown to us 2 weeks ago, and then in this packet we have a statement of economic impacts that only showed the impact on the municipal IBEW employees. So it was really $150,000 a year impact, which didn't seem too large and was puzzling that it was so small. And then just yesterday we got the more complete view from internal audit that had also the ML&P employees, which is vastly more. So I just, kind of in the future, I would look for getting this internal audit memo on it when the contract is introduced. And then I'd also like to see, as the representative employees get raises, then some of the supervisors fall behind the people that they're supervising. And we gave a $850,000 catch-up to people in 2016, and I'm kind of setting ourselves up for that again here. And I'd like to see in the statement of economic impacts at least some idea of how many employees supervisors are slipping behind because of this these 1.5% increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombowski.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I wasn't even going to say anything, but I have to. So when we're looking at the best part of when we're looking at union contracts, number one, it is the fiduciary responsibility of the Assembly to look at the budget and say, can we afford it? And we found out at the last Budget and Finance Committee meeting that revenues fell short $9 million. Which, when it all shakes out, it's not going to be quite that much. It'll probably, and that's for 2016. But when we look at the statement of economic impact here, what we're talking about is annual raises of 1.5%. And that's for one of the contracts. For the ML&P one that Mr. Weddleton referenced, it's 1.68 annually. So if you were to take it and say, okay, let's just take 3 years, say 4.5%. Now, for maintenance and operations, it's not really 4.5%, because remember, we're giving them a 1.5% raise this year, and the next year on their raise, we're going to give them another 1.5. So the math is actually more. But in addition, we're increasing our expenditures for medical 3.6%. So it's really not just the 1.5% every year. It's 1.5 in actual raises, but then we're also incurring an additional 3.6 for medical. And when you start looking at the actual impact to the numbers, just in 3 years for maintenance operations, we're talking $798,000 annually. Now, let's go over to ML&P. Just in 3 years, we're talking, well, I said annually. It's actually 115 annually in 17, 268, 415. But altogether, the cost will be 798,000 extra in raises. But when we go over to ML&P, this year, next year, and in fiscal year 19, we're talking $2.847 million annually. Now, we just heard we had to choose between cops and plows, right? We heard that, but we're handing out raises to the tune. In 3 years, we're talking the raises it's going to cost us in 3 years' time for ML&P, $2.847 million. Now, let me just give you one number. Fiscal year 19, which is just a couple years away, annually, the increased cost to MLMP will be 1.458. So 1,458,000 annually. That doesn't even show me what it's going to be in fiscal year 20 and beyond. It's only 3 years because this is a 3-year contract. But Mr. Evans made the point, well, how can you, in good conscience, how can you in reality look at you, the taxpayers, and say, I can't afford to plow your street, or I'm going to make you choose between a cop and a plow, but I'm going to hand out raises. And I'm going to dispel a little thing that Mr. Weddleton just said. In 2016, this body gave 30 police and fire supervisors almost $850,000 in raises. One guy gets a $30,000 raise instantaneously. And we look at you and tell you we can't plow the streets. There comes a point where there has to be a reality check. And this is it. I'm sorry, the money's not there. When we finish 2016 and they come to the assembly in February and say, we overspent the budget, you know, we didn't connect it, we're probably going to have a $7 million deficit. And then how can you, with a straight face, look at us and tell us you need a raise? The point is, they may have had guidelines, but you have to adjust for the economy. And the economy is not doing well, and it seems the only people that haven't got the memo is the public sector. I'm sorry, I have consistently been voting against these contracts for more than 2 years. I'm going to continue to do something to do that, because the fact of the matter is, you don't hand out raises. The private sector is not handing out raises, they're actually cutting jobs. That's the memo. The memo is, third quarter last year, we lost 9,000 jobs here. The memo is, the private sector is cutting, yet the public sector is handing out raises. There needs to be a coming to Jesus here, because quite frankly, we are not going to be able to sustain this. And you can either cut back a little now, or you're going to have closures. And anybody who lived here in the 90s know, it wasn't about talking about maintaining a 10% gap, because that's what they're talking about. Those raises that they handed out last year to supervisors, it's because all the union membership, their raises kept coming annually every single year. And then the pay disparity between the supervisors and the guys on the line, so to speak, was basically de minimis. So then they say, well, now we have to give supervisors 10% more because we want to make sure there's that pay gap. The fact of the matter is, there comes a time where you have to say, there's no more to give. And you have to prioritize. And, you know, I'm one of those ones, I'd rather cut back now than actually have to cut the firemen and the police officers and the guys that are doing the snow plowing. So you either manage your employee costs, or you're going to have to come back later with a hatchet. And I'd rather not do that, because I don't think it's the prudent thing to do. So I won't be supporting this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Evans.
I apologize, Madam Chair, for double dipping. One comment I forgot to make.
That's fine, Mr.
Was that one of the things also that I thought I didn't like about the contract was simply that they also eliminated the language on managed competition. And it doesn't have any actual effect, because there was no way they were going to kind of do any kind of managed competition, no plans to do that. But it's very hard. I do collective bargaining for a living. It's very hard getting language like that into agreements in the first place. You know, unions hate that. You have to almost buy that to get that language in. So I think it's really unfortunate that it was just kind of taken out of this contract, even if it wasn't intended at any time soon to be used. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
No? Okay. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't disagree with the comments in terms of tough times are ahead, tough times are here. Do you want minimum wage police? Do you want minimum wage firefighters? What I'm saying is you have to at least keep pace with inflation. Otherwise, you're going to have recruiting problems. We had a problem with the police department in that we drew it down, and now we're trying to recruit quality officers. I don't want only thing available is officers that can't get a job, and so there is a reason why we need to keep pace. If we can't hire people to drive the snow plows or to drive the trucks to haul the. We've already got that problem to haul the snow away. We've got a problem, and this is an inflation rate, 1.5% per year, and I think we need to maintain. Yes, we do need to broaden our tax base. Property owners shouldn't be paying everything. And so I hope we will have that discussion at some point too. But I'm concerned, it was a negotiated contract. I think Mr. Weddleton is absolutely right. We should have pulled up the line before negotiations. It's an agreed to effort, and we have to take a good look at it, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Evans?
I can't apologize enough for triple dipping. But Mr. Steele made a point that I have to respond to. There's another point I forgot to make. I heard it mentioned before in the context of giving out raises in the current environment that we don't want to create sort of a false economy where we're making these public sector jobs uncompetitive and we're not able to retain any workers. And that's a good point, and it has to be a consideration. But the reality is, if you look at these are IBEW workers. First of all, they're not police or fire, and they're highly skilled workers. They do a very important job, very dangerous job sometimes. They have to be compensated well, and they are compensated well. And and while I agree that you don't want to lower wages to the point where we don't get good workers for these very crucial positions, I have seen no evidence whatsoever that holding the line on salary increases right now puts us anywhere near that position. You look at the wage rates in that contract, they're good. I'm sure they won't be happy with getting, no raises over the next 3 years, but they're still good, and I don't think we are in danger of losing all these people to the private sector who is not giving out raises. People in the private sector don't get cost of living increases automatically just because they have to keep up with the Joneses, because they have to meet their bottom line. And also, the process that is created, we don't get involved in collective bargaining, because in a way that would be terrible, because you don't want the Assembly, 11 members of the Assembly, weighing in during the process of negotiations, because that would be anarchy. How the process works is the administration negotiates the contracts, but we are specifically authorized to approve them. And that's what we're doing now. Either we like it or we don't. I'm saying I don't. If you do like it, drive on. But this is the point in the process where we should be objecting if we have any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14B, AR 2017-39, a resolution appropriating $9,176.61 and appropriating contributions from the 2016 Public Transportation Operating Budget in the amount of $189,180.39. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
May I have a second? And if I'd like to remind my colleagues, when you make a motion, please touch the screen, because it's really helpful for the clerk in that matter. So we have a first, and we have a second. Thank you very much. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved.
I need to make this at some point in time.
Not yet, though.
We can do it now if you want.
When we get to K. Thank you. We're now on agenda item 14C, AR 2017-40, a resolution appropriating land sale revenue to the Heritage Land Bank as a contribution to the Anchorage Fire Department, Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund 131 for interfund loan interest payments in 2016. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second. Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14D, AR 2017-41, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $400,000 for the purpose of purchasing capital equipment and improving parks, trails, and facilities. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14E, AR 2743, a resolution appropriating $585,963 for major municipal facility upgrades and repairs. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
To approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now on Agenda Item 14F, AR 2017-45, a resolution appropriating $366,022 for multimodal volume counters program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. We are now on Agenda Item 14G, AR 2017-50, a resolution appropriating $129,566 for public health emergency preparedness and response. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14H, AR 2017-57, a resolution appropriating $5 million for the settlement of Eklutna versus municipality pending in the Alaska State Courts. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the administration. I apologize I didn't get the opportunity to email this to you in advance. So we had spoken when this was being discussed about where we were going to get the funding from here, and we're getting it from area-wide fund balance. I was wondering, this is for you, Mr. Harris. After we approve this, what will be remaining in our area-wide fund balance?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Dunbar. I believe there'd be about $7 million, I think. Forgive me, I'll come up with a number unless somebody else has it handy.
Just to clarify, are you speaking of undesignated fund balance, or are you speaking of total fund balance?
What are we spending here? Is this here undesignated fund balance, or?
The appropriation wouldn't distinguish between the two, but it would affect Mr. Harris's answer. Will not be below the 12% fund balance requirement in our policy. We will have used most, if not all, of the undesignated fund balance. The plan will be to recharge fund balance with at first quarter when we set the mill rates. So this is only a temporary draw on fund balance, and then there would be a draw, there would be an additional levy at first quarter to rebuild this amount of fund balance so that before the end of 2017, this would be zeroed out.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot, we're going so fast I didn't realize it, but I think I need to declare a conflict on this item. I do legal work for Eklutna. I've been excluded from all the executive sessions on this, so I don't even know what's going on anyway, so I think I probably should be asked to leave.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. The chair rules that you need to leave. But please come back. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainee.
The administration, I want to thank you for dealing with this. This was an issue that past administrations had shied away from. Thank you for dealing with the Kootenai Corporation and getting this issue resolved. It would have been a lot more money had we lost in court, so I appreciate you guys taking the forefront on this. And I want to thank Mr. Starr, our colleague that's not here, because Mr. Starr was pursuing this doggedly. It's nice to see we'll be done with this now. Thank you, administration.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I too am happy to have this resolution. The important thing also is that it really is an investment that we will get back over time with regards to development out in the valley. And I just think that this is an investment and a good one. So thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. I just want to echo the comments that were made. Mr. Trainee and I, and maybe some others, were around when this first began, and this is really a good thing because it could have been a whole lot more money the municipality would have been responsible for. So thank you for bringing this to an end.
Thank you, ma'am.
There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14I, AR 2017-58, a resolution appropriating funds for the Anchorage Water Utility and Anchorage Wastewater Utility 2017 capital budgets. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14J, AR 2017-59, a resolution appropriating $1.3 million to the Anchorage Fire Department 2016 operating budget, commensurate with anticipated 2016 expenditures. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. One person didn't vote. Thank you. That item is approved. We are now, Mr. Trainee.
I would like to change earlier today to take up item 14M immediately following item 14K, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We will do that. Any objection to do that? Thank you. We are now on agenda item 14K, AR 2017-60, a resolution appropriating $835,197 to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No one's in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14N, correct, Mr. Trainee?
Yes, ma'am.
N like in nickel. Okay. 14N, AR 2017-65. M like in Mary?
Yeah.
Thank you. We are now at agenda item 14M, AR 2017-68, approving a modification to an alcoholic beverages conditional use to add 2,716 square feet to beverage dispensary use and license number 2973 for Eureka Services, Inc., DBA Pangea Restaurant. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe based on prior rulings, I'm already out of items 14N as in Nancy and O, October. I also need to disclose that I have a financial interest in the premises upon which this permit for under 14L is contemplated, and therefore suspect that I get to take a short walk.
Mr. Flynn, the chair rules that you get to take a short walk. Please come back. We are now at agenda item 14L, AR 2017-67, a resolution approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use for package store license number 4377 for New Party Time Liquors, Inc., DBA Growlers Whiskey and Wine. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name, spell your last.
My name is Mark Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N. I actually did not come down for this. I actually came down for something else. But if you look at where this is at in relation to, we have a problem about a block away. It's called the Anchorage Transit Center, also known as the Andrew Halcrow Inmate Inn. Okay? So having a liquor store 2 blocks away from a problem, we can't have that, period. I mean, we got a problem 2 blocks away. This needs to be located somewhere else, period. End of story.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton.
So is there, I know with marijuana, there's so many separation distances. Is there any kind of required separation distance between alcohol and a transit center?
Can somebody answer that question? I certainly can't.
It's not a protected land use.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Madam Chair, thank you.
You're welcome.
The transit center is not listed as a protected land use in municipal code, and I'm sure Erica McConnell would be happy to enlighten us. See, she said I'm right. I love it when I'm right.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Whittleton, anything else?
No, that's all. Just checking.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Ms. Dombrowski, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, I know we had an issue on Gamble with one other alcohol store, and I just want to see if the police chief is still here, if someone from APD could comment as to if this location has an abnormally high number of calls.
I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Abbott,
The police chief is not with us.
can you answer?
I cannot. I do not know the answer to that question. I believe the APD information's in the packet, but I am not conversant with it.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to get in relation to other locations, if it was about normal or.
Interesting, 511 were sent out, none were received from the public.
All right, no one from the administration can answer the question. So I'll just say from my review of this, I mean, obviously, anytime you have liquor licenses, it's not unusual for us to have issues. I didn't see this one as standing out as having a basis for denial. Therefore, I'll support approval.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14N, AR 2017-65, a resolution approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M10267, doing business as Am Delight. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
We reviewed this in the Community and Economic Development Committee last week and recommended approval.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. No one else in the queue, please vote. That item is approved. We are now on agenda item 14O, AR 2017-66, a resolution approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10265, doing business as Kush Kingdom LLC. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
This was also reviewed by the Community and Economic Development Committee last week, and we recommended approval.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no issue with this particular license. It appears to meet all required elements in code. But one thing I do want to point out to members who maybe aren't on the committee, we have started to have the discussions about density issues when it comes to marijuana licenses and marijuana facilities, whether it's manufacturing, retail, whatever. Especially, I'm looking at the members that represent West Anchorage and have Spenard. It appears you are already having a higher density than anyone else. And it was just the topic was approached at the last Community and Economic Development Committee, saying, this was an issue for some of the members from Spenard, just that density may become an issue. And if this is something that you want us to look at in the Community and Economic Development Committee and maybe put some parameters on how dense these places can be in your district, you might want to attend the next meeting or a couple of them. Just talk to us about it, because we talked about it, but there was no one there necessarily to address Spenard specifically. So you guys, if you want us to approach it from a different angle, we just need to start the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Belsky. Mr. Trainee.
Ma'am, I did address that issue as related to my area, which has a lot. And as I told you before, I want to see it go into your area. I've yet to see anything for Chugiak. Much like taxi cabs, I don't know what the problem is out there, but no marijuana stores want to go.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was actually looking at this packet, and it was saying that they were possibly owing past due taxes, fees, or fines, and I was wondering if anyone knows whether that had been taken care of.
It's a library book. $6 library.
Do you know? One moment, please.
Amy, I think it was a $6 library.
Yeah, I think it was
Remember?
$6. And may I?
Certainly, Mr. Belsky.
Mr. Peterson, the fee on this one, I believe, was like very de minimis. But with that said, their license will not be issued until all conditions are met. One of those conditions is they have to pay any fines that are due. But I believe this was a really small library fee.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a huge property tax bill.
Right. And even if it was, they wouldn't get their license until they paid it.
Thank you, Mr. Belsky.
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Peterson. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just to respond to Amy. We are starting to notice that there's quite a few businesses coming into the Spenard area and West Anchorage in general, but I don't think we've reached saturation, and I am one to believe that the market will take care of that as we move forward. But we from West Anchorage just started to say there's a lot coming in there. So I think we ought to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Just that Mr. Bowski is absolutely correct. We got the packet in and we noticed they had targeted, there was one fine that was owed, but like she's saying, before the clerk's office will issue the permit, they've all got to be net zero on it. It was just a small $6 library fee.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to Mr. Steele briefly, I agree with you, Mr. Steele. I'm a capitalist, so I believe whatever the market will bear. But with that said, sometimes community councils will, there's only so much a community will tolerate. So, it's one of those conversations that it may be helpful for you to approach the community council and say, is there something, because you don't want to wait till it's too long. But if there's a way that, obviously, if you have 40 on Spenard Road and then the community council says we should have stopped 10 ago, I'm one that thinks the market will bear what the market will bear, but it might be something that in your community specifically they're a little bit more concerned about. So however you want to approach it, I'm happy to help. The other thing I want to point out is, as these marijuana licenses have been coming up, there is a fundamental difference between the municipality of Anchorage, the Bowl, and Chugiak Eagle River. We have different land use codes. Well, different. They vary. Girdwood has their own chapter entitled 21-2. But one of the things that we have been cautioning marijuana establishments about is the fact that when it comes to safe schools and federal guidelines, especially when you're within 1,000 feet of a school, you could have a major problem if the federal government comes in and says we're going to enforce federal marijuana laws. Because some of these locations, there's only been a couple, but there are a couple within 1,000 feet. Because here in Anchorage, in the Bowl, they chose in their code to allow marijuana establishments within 500 feet of a school. Now, as Mr. Trainee said, Chugiak Eagle River is a little different because we have our own chapter. And so we chose to go 1,000 feet in a recommendation with the municipal attorney and the federal memo that came out. It was called the Cole Memo. And so what we have seen on a national level is we have seen indications that the federal government may in fact enforce laws specifically to recreational marijuana. So if anybody's listening and you're thinking about opening up a marijuana establishment, you may seriously reconsider if you're within 1,000 feet of a school. Because no matter what the municipality of Anchorage does, if the federal government comes in and shuts you down, you know, there's nothing we can do about it. So it's just a word of caution, because we have seen in some of the headlines in the last week that they may in fact start paying a little bit closer attention to recreational marijuana.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, Mr. Baskey, your point's well taken in terms of community councils and their activities. The problem is that particular area, that Spenard Road area, is kind of a dividing line. There's like 4 community councils there. So the saturation in any one community council has not been grand, but I think Mr. Croft and I see along that corridor, we just happen to have the land that is available for it. And I do believe the market will take care of it. But I just kind of wanted to point out that it's starting to be observed. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
To the administration, as we're starting to see the licenses come forward, would you please look in giving us a map with each license that shows the type of license around that area by the community council? You used to give us something like that in alcohol, but as we get more licenses, I'd like to see the same thing for marijuana licenses. So if you do that, please, just graphically be able to show us with that community council how many of that type of license are there. It'll help us as we're going to community council meetings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We're now at agenda item 14P, AO 2017-17, rezoning of Lot 1, Block 15B, 3rd Avenue, Anchorage, from R3 Mixed Residential District to R4 SL Multifamily Residential with Special Limitations District containing 0.161 acres. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
This is a rezone. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Please state your name and spell your last.
Kelly Fisher, Fisher. Madam Chair, members, I've testified before as to safety and aesthetic concerns I have with this rezoning, which I oppose. And tonight I'd like just to speak briefly as
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes. Speak briefly as to the burden of the rezoning process itself. Zoning has been set after due consideration, and rezoning should be limited to situations which are unique, exceptional, and rare. And when that's not done, and rezoning comes before you and other bodies, it can become a burden in time for both governmental entities as well as private citizens. This is the 8th public meeting on this particular rezone, 2 South Addition Community Council meetings, 3 Planning and Zoning meetings, and this is the 3rd Assembly meeting. And I would oppose this rezone just on the basis that if you set a precedent on this rezone, irrespective of the other concerns about the safety and aesthetics, that it'll be sending a message to builders and landowners that if they just wear you down and wear us down, if they hang in long enough, they will get what they want. And I oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Oh, there, go down.
My name is Jeanette Greenbaum. I live at 231 East 11th Avenue, which is directly across. I've been here. This is my second time in front of you, multiple times in front of planning and zoning. So I just want to say this once again. I'm not opposed to development. I'm definitely opposed to the rezone of this very small lot. And some of my concerns are the fact that this is an R3 lot. It's 7,000 square feet, and you must have a minimum of 8,500 square feet for 5 or more units, and he would like to put 5 units on a 7,000 square foot lot. Also, the lot coverage is considerably different. R3 has a maximum coverage of 40% for the building, and R4 would be a 60%, and on a small little lot, that's a big impact to the surrounding neighborhood. And lack of open space is huge. We have nice, beautiful yards, and to cover a building with 5 units, the difference in lot, the open space required is 750 square foot less than what would be available and required in an R3 lot. So we've all talked about the parking. It's a very busy street. Still has not been plowed after numerous calls. And the Iditarod runs by. So there's a lot of angry neighbors right now. And the parking is just going to get worse. So in conclusion, I really, I'm all for development. It's a lot that can have 4 units. We are opposed to rezoning due to the spot zoning of this neighborhood. That's just not something we want. And I hope you consider the neighborhood and our thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ken Stone, S-T-O-N-E. I live at 217 East 11th. My objections to the spot rezoning request currently before the Assembly are well documented and can be viewed by rewinding the 3 Planning and Zoning Commission meetings, the 2 Assembly meetings myself and many of my neighbors have attended and voiced our concerns at. I'm not going to go into detail of my objections as I've stated them before the Assembly and Planning and Zoning on 5 separate occasions. I will state I am not opposed to development of the parcel. I am only opposed to the spot rezoning from R3 to R4. I respectfully request the Assembly to vote on the spot rezoning request as it should be voted on, and that is to deny the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm short. Good evening. My name is Rosemary Karish, and I live on East 11th Avenue, the other side of the street, and 1 lot over from the parcel. In the scheme of things tonight, this rezone issue may be a minor item, but the outcome of your action will have tremendous repercussions in our neighborhood. You will decide if you're going to open up a Pandora's box by setting a new precedent if you permit this rezone. There is no compelling reason to permit this rezone for a higher density. This proposed housing project, it's not for low income or special needs. This is cherry picking. It's a prime example of spot zoning. Just in case you haven't already noticed, there has been a significant neighborhood outcry of opposition to the rezone. There has been no opposition to any of the numerous housing projects in the downtown South Addition Fairview area. Let me emphasize this. The consensus of the neighborhood is not against the development of this particular lot. It's against the rezone of this parcel to a higher density than what is currently authorized. To help you refresh your memory, opposition has included the South Addition Community Council has opposed this rezone. There was a letter submitted to Planning and Zoning signed by 39 property owners of Block 13, representing 24 of the 28 homes. A protest petition was filed, signed by 77 individuals, representing 63 properties, in addition to the Cordova Square Condo Association. For the protest petition to be applicable, it needed 33.33%. It received 79% for validation. And I would also like it reconfirmed that the protest petition is still valid and remains in place. That was my understanding before. Mr. Anderson claims that this project isn't viable unless he can build 5 units. This theory is challenging, difficult for me and some of my neighbors to accept or acknowledge. If you look nearby in the neighborhood, just go down 2 blocks east on 10th Avenue and Eagle. There's a corner lot, 7,000 square feet. It's zoned R4. You know what they're building there now, right now? 2 units. Let's go down a little bit farther on 15th and Denali. Right here. It's up for sale. R4, corner lot, 7,000 square feet, same acreage. You know what they're proposing? 4 units. Let's come closer. Let's go right behind the alley. Seha is building 2 units behind Mr. Anderson's lot. You know what they're building there? 6 units on 2 lots, which equates to 3 units on each lot. Did any one of these go for a rezone? No. Go to H Street. I call them the bookends. Again, there's no compelling reason, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flynn.
Good to see you, Rosemary.
Hi.
Hi. Mr. Falsey, I know you can affirm this for us, but Ms. Karish did raise the question about the petition and whether it remains in effect. That was my understanding when we remanded this to Planning and Zoning. It was my understanding earlier this week. I would like you to state that for the record, please.
Yes, through the chair, Assemblymember Flynn, we have advised the clerks that the protest should be considered to remain in effect because the special limitations that returned to the Assembly from P&Z did not fully resolve the original grounds of the protest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Joellen Lotsfeld, Lottsfeldt. I live at 225 East 11th Avenue. I'm going to make it really short and sweet. I'd like to encourage you to vote no on this rezone request. Simply, my points are that R3 is adequate for this space. It limits the number of units to 4. That is plenty. The surrounding neighborhood has consistently opposed this rezone request. Rezoning once may set a precedent with negative outcomes for the city and its planning efforts. We need a neighborhood plan first to help guide development in this area. The lot in question is small, next to a bus stop, and will effectively narrow field of vision for pulling onto Cordova from East 11th. In short, development here is a safety concern. I appreciate your support and listening. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Klein, last name C-L-I-N-E, and I live directly across the street, 1032 Cordova Street, on the corner of 11th and Cordova. And to quote Mr. Dombrowski earlier this evening, the economy is not doing well. Our economy has changed. We've lost thousands of jobs since the Anchorage Housing Market Analysis of 2012, which was used as direction here. Any need for an increase in unit density on this lot in this neighborhood does not exist at the cost of this zoning change. One person makes a difference. That's why I emailed my thoughts to you last night. One car makes a difference. One unit, one household makes a difference. One lot makes a difference, a lot of difference, to change this one lot from vacant to the highest density in the near vicinity will change the character of the neighborhood, part of which is an impact to safety, my primary concern. 1 unit extra will add more vehicles than 1 bedroom. To add this higher density at this complex intersection will increase the hazard of the intersection. Although alley access to Cordova is proposed, that will still be part of the traffic pattern which is causing the complex safety issues and is still in the dip I described of that intersection. That's not a solution. The neighbors to this lot all bought or built within the current zoning. 1 additional household will not solve any need for higher density housing in the downtown area. This rezoning should not occur. Allowable dwelling units on this lot should not be increased. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Liz Johnson. I'd like to speak in support of the rezoning of this. I do have to declare that Seth is married to my niece Bonnie, so I have somewhat of a more personal interest than I otherwise would. On the other hand, like many of you, I've lived in Alaska since 1977 and have watched, particularly in this downtown area, since I've owned various kinds of businesses and condominiums and houses in various places, down on West 15th and Westchester, and now on the Bluff on 3rd Avenue. These various infill lots that sit year after year after year without anything being done. I understand that this has been, and as I've attended a Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, as well as the South Addition Community Council meeting, controversial in that neighborhood. The Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning Administration of the administration have looked at this and find that it complies with all the particular setbacks and zoning requirements. And just because it's asked for a rezone in the comprehensive plan, I think you should consider this one. There's a reason that these infill lots are not developed. They're too small for large developers like Spinell or the Peterson Group, which come to you with other kinds of requests. A lot of times they're simply not commercially viable unless you can do a high quality but very specific kind of development on them. Seth, I think, has done a good job of meeting with the community members, trying to address all of their various kinds of concerns about it. The Planning and Zoning Commission and your planning administration have complied with all the requests that they've done in terms of parking and coverage and zoning and height. So I think this is one of those situations where you have a young developer who you want to encourage to do a lot and a kind of development that I think will be in conformance with your 2020 plans and rezoning for this area. And I would urge you to approve this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Francis Broderick, B-R-O-D-E-R-I-C-K. And this is the second time I've testified before you guys. And as before, I'm strongly opposed to this rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Ryan Hazen. I live on 11th down at the end towards A Street. And we're probably one of the few people on the block that actually are for the project. And I do understand a lot of the concerns of our neighbors. But as was said 2 people ago, with the project going through, I think we'd be better off having a higher quality project be better off for the neighborhood. I think the 2 people before me said pretty much everything I had to say, but me and my wife, Jennifer, are in favor of it based on the fact that it would be a higher quality project if it had the 5th unit instead of just 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Jernstrom. I am here in support of this resolution. I have a company downtown here on 5th and F. I also live in Bootleggers Cove. My husband and I own a house in South Anchorage and moved downtown, put renters in our house and moved down here so I could walk to work and live the type of urban lifestyle that we want and hope that the city continues to support. I've got 3 points to make. We have been trying to buy a home in downtown Bootleggers, South Addition, since we moved down here a year and a half ago. I spend a lot of time on Zillow and Trulia and Alaska MLS, and I'm going to read to you a few of the comparables that are in the neighborhood to this project. On S Street, $550,000. We're talking condos that are townhome specific, not apartment style condos. $550,000 on East 7th, $800,000 on West 10th, $365,000 on Cook Inlet. $600,000 on Pacific Place, $595,000 on West 8th, $610,000 on N Street, $499 on O Street, $439 on 8th Street. That's about it. There's not enough housing stock in this neighborhood to create a vibrant, walkable space for professionals of my generation and those that prefer a more urban environment. I would also like to point out this project doesn't just affect the neighbors in this neighborhood and on this street. It affects those like me who are trying to find units in this neighborhood unsuccessfully. Second, it's bad for my company. I have 120 entrepreneurs, small businesses, large businesses that work out of my co-working space downtown. And the lack of affordable housing for walkability to downtown negatively impacts the amount of business I have. I'm sure that my friends who own restaurants and bars and shops downtown would agree. And thirdly, all this aside, as has been pointed out, now is not the time to tighten our belts and put our heads in the sand. It's the time to take risks. It's the time to not make business as usual decisions. It's time to double down and invest in our community. That's what I do every day. And I know you've heard it all before, I'm sure everyone in the room has before. Every single time I go to a EDO presentation or any talk about the future of this state, we continue to talk about housing and attracting and retaining talent. This is a real issue. Having units like this project that are fairly priced, between 300 and 400, it just doesn't exist downtown. This is a great way to pilot a project. And thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lillian Marvin, Marvin, and although I live in Fairview, part of my property falls within the circumference of this area that is being discussed. I am against it for the same reasons that most of the people who are against it have expressed. But I would also like to invite some of you folks to come and take a look at the property, because for a 5-duplex piece of property, I don't see where they're going to put the parking, or hardly even where they're going to put the duplex. So that is my invitation to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Seth Anderson. I'm the petitioner for this rezone. A few key points to consider before you make a vote on this evening. First, I think that rezones should be considered based on the overall comprehensive plan and the land use plan map and the greater community goals. Going through these real quickly. Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan supports mixed use and redevelopment in this area. The downtown comprehensive plan supports zoning that encourages more housing near to the downtown area. The Fairview neighborhood plan supports and encourages high-density residential and mixed use directly across the street. The 1982 land use plan map and every draft land use plan map since 1982 has showed this area for some sort of redevelopment and higher use. If you look at the municipal code and the standards for approval of a rezone, we meet all 9 of those criteria. We have support from the Planning and Zoning Commission. We have support from municipal staff. We have support from the administration. And finally, the rezone supports widely accepted and emerging community goals to support more moderate-priced housing and housing within walking distance to jobs, entertainment, and recreational services. Second, after 18 months of working on this rezone, several public hearings, and several meetings with neighbors from Pilots Row, and countless opportunities for someone to point out I have misinterpreted the comprehensive plan, or that there isn't really a desire for people to live near to downtown, which I still believe is appropriate. The bigger impact of this rezone isn't what it means for me or for this specific property. It's what it says about the importance of our comprehensive plan, land use plan, and the importance of implementing those goals and policies in a consistent and predictable way. Third, to some extent, this process has actually worked. The special limitations that have been adopted are a response to Pilots Row neighbors' primary concerns and values. These special limitations respect the Pilots Row concerns and at the same time will allow modest progress towards implementing the community's goals. I should also make a clarification that this property is not within Pilots Row, it's directly south of Pilots Row, and also that not all of the neighbors are opposed to this. Paul Foose, who lives kitty corner from our property, is a supporter. Sam Dennison, the immediate neighbor to our west, is a supporter. He just sent you an email this evening. The Hazens, who testified earlier tonight, are Pilots Row neighbors, and they're supportive. Cook Inlet Housing is our immediate neighbor to the south, and they're supportive of this rezone. Pat Farrell owns 2 houses 1 block away on 11th Avenue, and he's supportive of this rezone, among others. Lastly, what we want to do is to provide the right type of housing for this neighborhood and provide an example of quality and creative middle-density housing. We have chosen to live and raise our family in Anchorage and believe that being active in making Anchorage a viable city and with housing options that responds to our current needs and that are attractive to future residents. I encourage you to vote yes for this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Yes, just a couple of questions. I voted against this last time through. I mean, when we were talking about it, I know the area well. My kids went to Denali, and that property's been there, been vacant for some time. I think folks say we're looking for infill. We're looking for housing, affordable housing, close to downtown. Like I said, I was not in favor of it when it came through before. But I'm impressed with the concessions that you have made and the fact that bedrooms, there would be the same amount of bedrooms here as would be allowed in the R3. And the height, 35 feet. It's different than what's along that block, but it's not different than what's in the neighborhood. And I think you have come up with a good plan. I'm still a little leery, just because I know there are potential impacts. It all depends on who buys the units, and their commitment to walkability, downtown area, other types of transportation, because I think automobiles is can potentially be a big impact. So I'm still on the fence on this, but I am impressed with the concessions that you have made and the plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Weddleton.
One of the other commenters said that they've been through 8 meetings, and it's a way to wear the neighborhood down to kind of get something through. And I wonder, are you worn down from this too? But it's been a long haul. But I appreciate your comments that you made concessions through the process. So, I mean, your sense then is it's been a long process, but it's worked where you worked with the neighbors, and it's worked for you because you're still here. Is that true?
Right. I mean, it's been an incredibly long process and cumbersome, and I don't think used very often, which may lead to some of the delays and uncertainties. It's a learning experience for me. I've never been through it before. Would I do it again knowing that this is how the process works? I would probably think about that very closely, even though I strongly believe that we need to push forward with a community vision and follow through on that. So given the opportunity, I would probably advocate for it again, just on that one belief.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter. For the record, P-O-T-T-E-R. Nobody in my family, extended family, close family is married to anybody in Seth's family. Just to get that on the record. As some of you know, and I'm not testifying on behalf of the AEDC Live, Work, Play Housing Committee tonight, but I am co-chair of that. And as many of you know, I've been involved in planning and zoning in this community for a good 3.5 decades, since back when Patrick was doing homework in the back. So I just really want to say, number one, I fully support this rezone. It's what this community needs now and in the future. And we're lucky to have somebody with the stamina and maybe the lack of experience that Seth has experienced through this process. Because our fortitude's gone the wrong way in planning in this town and development in this town. First of all, this is not a spot zone. Clearly, by definition, it's not. Is it an infill project? Yes, it is. What is criminal is that a lot of the developers in town have been so overwhelmed and constrained by the Title 21 code restrictions in the R3 and the R4 zoning district that they're actually building duplexes because it's easier. You can build it, you can sell it, you can get rid of it and turn it over quickly. So the risk value goes down. Now, what does that do to us as a community? It takes a piece of property that was meant and even zoned to have a higher density, and it takes it off the rolls for higher density for the next 40 or 50 years. Now, that's stealing our future, and that's the wrong thing for us to be doing right now. And for anyone to suggest that because we have a little bit of a downturn in our economic times right now, that all of a sudden the housing shortage is solved is very much an error. We took extensive surveys of all of the major employers in the city, employers downtown, looked where people wanted to live, where they wanted to work. It is downtown. We need higher density approximate to downtown so people can actually walk and or bicycle or take an alternative means. If we want to be the city that we say we want to be in our 2020 plan, which is now 17 years old, we need to get on the stick and go with this. Now, I would urge all of you to support this. It's the right kind of development in the right location at the right time. This is what we need for the future inhabitants, tenants, and owners within the city. This is a type of housing that people want to be here for with the millennials.
Thank you. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, Mr. Potter, I guess I'm learning on this, but I had assumed that when we did these plans, 2020 and now looking at 2040, that the follow-up to them would be in areas where we had recommended changes, that there would be a blanket, if you will, or rezone. That is, we'd say, we have selected in this plan for a higher density. We're going to change the zoning of this entire area to reflect that new plan. Does that ever happen, or is this here the method by which parcels get rezoned?
Well, what's really interesting is that in a typical planning program or format, you would go ahead and you would have the big community conversation, which results in the comprehensive plan. And within that, you'd set goals and objectives, and you'd create policies and strategies to try and get you to where the community said it wanted to go. Then you'd immediately turn right around and develop a map that identified where those types of land uses were that needed to go in those locations to get us to that goal. I'll go ahead and say it. I've been very conflicted because we took a different route as a city. We said, here's our comprehensive plan, here's our goals, which this rezone is in conformance with those goals and strategies. And we didn't do a map. We took 15 years to try and master the code. Well, what's supposed to happen is you do a comprehensive plan, establish your goals, objectives, policies. Then you do a map so everybody knows where those implications are. And then you develop the code, Title 21 in this instance, to implement that map. We took a couple of turns and put things out of order. In my view, I I don't know if it's shared by many in the room, but we wasted about 15 years of time. And now we're paying for it because we're behind the power curve and we are not producing the type of housing. We have a 30% gap in funding when you're building multifamily residential. If any of you remember almost 2 years ago now, at least a year and a half, when I did a little origami exercise at an assembly work session. And that was to show you the difference between a duplex and a fourplex and some of the limitations that our code put on it, so you really couldn't do the fourplex. So that was written off, so that was to try and show you that by taking the code out of turn, we created a situation where a bunch of properties got developed at half the density that our goals said they should be done to. So, Mr. Croft, I don't know if that answers the question, but we as a city did things way out of order, in my opinion, and we're now wrestling with this 2040 plan and map that's coming forward. But this is the kind of development at the right location and the right time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Before there's a motion, let me just make some comments regarding what's before us. Thank you. Thanks to the clerk for giving me this information. Whatever we do is going to take 8 votes. We can make a motion to approve this with 8 votes and approve the rezone as submitted with special limitations or other modifications, provided that the ordinance shall become effective only with the written consent of the property owners. We can make a motion to approve it and deny the rezone, but we still need 8 votes, 8 members to vote no. Or we can remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission or to a committee of the Assembly for further consideration. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, so under debate now?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Well, I asked for the members not to make a motion because I wanted to read what our options are, but we need a motion now. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Yeah. I represented this area in the legislature for 6 years in the late 90s and know this parcel very well. 20 years ago, I and Ruth Moulton and others helped clear it out because of homeless presence there, helped clear out some of the brush so it was more visible. And it remains obviously undeveloped to this day. I've been doing a lot of, and so I know a lot of the people I've represented or know personally a lot of the people in this area, a lot of the people that testified primarily against this rezone. But I've been learning that specific rezones are the way that we adopt to an evolving city. That is that we typically do not take our plans and change our zoning to reflect it. We do it in this incremental manner, maybe because of lack of staffing, maybe because it's less disruptive generally, but that's the system we've involved. And so the question becomes, is the rezone you're looking at fit with the plans we have for our community, with both the reality of the community as it is now, not as it was when the original zoning was put in, and what our plans are in the future. It's a method really for us to slowly adopt to our plans and our new reality. And while I recognize the sincerity and the vehemence of the opposition, this rezone does fit those plans and reality. Particularly, and it's a difficult and close decision, but for me, but particularly with the last round of special limitations that limits it to no more of the bedrooms than it could have had under the current zoning, on the height restrictions, and maybe most important of all on the parking. I went back around this area today, but I was been very familiar with it, as I said, and saw the duplexes and some even more dense in that area behind it. Saw the houses of the people I know well on that end. I do believe that this fits. I do believe we need more density downtown. I think sometimes like this one, it's going to be difficult or painful or opposed, but it's the right plan for our city and our downtown. And I'll then, recognizing how difficult this is for some of my friends, vote yes on this rezone.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by apologizing to you and the rest of my colleagues. It was my sincere hope that when we remanded this against some of your wishes to planning and zoning to take up some consideration of special limitations, that there would be a meeting of the minds and a convergence of interests, and that this would have been a very short public hearing. I missed. It happens sometimes. And like Mr. Croft, this is an extraordinarily difficult issue for me. You know, one of the darned if you do, darned if you don't issues. And of course, you know, Rosemary and Jeanette are not just neighbors; they're also people I used to work with and I know very well and care deeply for. And so I take their concerns seriously. But as I thought about this again in the last couple of weeks, I actually hearkened back to one of our first meetings together, Madam Chair. And you might remember there was an ordinance before us to utilize eminent domain to claim some land in the Turnagain Slide area so that the area north of Laneri Park could be redeveloped. Now, I'm not a big fan of eminent domain to start with. And I was even less impressed when one of the people testifying in favor of it was one of those anti-government, actually two of them, anti-government, don't take my stuff types. And I thought, I can't possibly vote for this. But our then colleague, Mr. Klayman, said, I've asked myself how I would vote on this if it wasn't essentially across the street from me, which it was. And his analysis was if it weren't immediately across the street from him, he would support it. And therefore, even though his neighbors, his immediate neighbors, didn't like it, he was going to support it. Might be why he's not on this body anymore. I don't know. There is a project that is likely to come before this body half a block from my house. It is a redevelopment of an old family home that's now been raised, and I suspect before it's all said and done, it will require a rezone before the developers can bring it forward. And without seeing all the details, I'm relatively sure that if you asked my opinion, when I'm long gone, thank goodness, I would support that rezone. And so it would be somewhat hypocritical of me to say, yes, I support a rezone close to my home and not another one in my neighborhood. So given that, Madam Chair, I recognize I'm probably damaging some friendships here, but I'm going to support this rezone.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to use this opportunity to apologize to everyone for my sickness. Those of you that were testifying, I apologize that I was blowing my nose during some of that time. And for those of you who are yet to testify, it's something to look forward to. So Mr. Croft touched on a lot of what I wanted to say in the questions that he asked and in the comments he made. You know, the term spot rezone was used here, and whether or not this fits the legal definition of what a spot rezone is, I think it certainly feels like one because it's one little area being rezoned. But that is the system we essentially have. We haven't, at least since I've been on the body and to my knowledge in recent times, done a large-scale rezone where we have conformed to one of the comprehensive plans or to a land use plan map sort of en masse. And maybe that's something we should on this body consider in the next year. But given that this is sort of the only avenue that we have opened to rezoning at this time, it makes sense that a developer would go this way. As a millennial, I want to, I echo a lot of the thoughts that were presented by Catherine and others about wanting a denser, more walkable city, particularly housing near the core. And I appreciate this is a difficult decision for Mr. Flynn, as I think it would be were it in my neighborhood. The last thing I'll say, though, is I do hope that we resolve this issue tonight. That is, I know one of our options is to remand it back to planning and zoning. I hope we don't do that. For the developer and for the neighborhood's sake, I hope we reach some kind of finality tonight. And personally, I think the concerns of the neighborhoods are well taken. And they have done a good job of working through the process and winning these concessions in the form of the special limitations. But given the special limitations, I intend to support this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Before I orate on the overall action here, I have an amendment that was handed out, and I'd like to offer the amendment. Floor Amendment 1.
Please.
This is on page 969 of our packet, lines 36 and 37, and change it to read primary access to off-street, this would be condition 3, primary access to off-street parking from the alley with minimal incursion on 11th Avenue as determined by the traffic engineer.
Second.
Thank you. And the reason for this, when we sent it back to the Planning Commission, I understand now that it was partly so that the developer and neighbors would come back holding hands, but also we had a question. It said they should consider whether or not to prohibit or to recommend limited incursion on 11th Avenue to 2 units. They didn't make that decision. They sent it back to us just like we sent it to them. So instead of approving something that leaves this question mark, this is just designed to basically answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
It leaves it fairly open. In the testimony in the Planning and Zoning Commission minutes, the traffic engineer was accepted that 2 units onto 11th Avenue would work, and I verified that this afternoon through an email.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Mbasi on the proposed amendment. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton's amendment is before us. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That amendment is approved. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of the ones that helped or supported Mr. Flynn's referral back to P&Z, and I too was hoping for a little bit more of a coming together. But I think the special limitations in this case do alleviate the biggest concerns. But going back to what Mr. Croft said, we have to look at the plans, and Mr. Potter is right. This is an infill project. And our city is going to see more and more infill projects. But you cannot deny the fact Title 21 has significant impediments to development. And it happens when you see these smaller lots. As was indicated, people will reference the fact, well, there's a duplex that was just built on there now. But the fact, if you remember that little origami exercise, and you look at Title 21, it may be zoned for 4 units, but I can bet you a lot of times they can't build it. It's so restrictive. So you have to take that into account when you're hearing people say, well, they could have built 4, but could they really? You actually have to dig into Title 21, which is that thick. So we have to remember that. And with respect to the zoning and whatever, we've been working on a land use plan map, and we actually had a robust effort to try to get that through last year. So that is coming. For those assembly members who I don't know if the administration put it on hold, but it was coming. And it would be something that the assembly and the municipality would start looking at areas that we would initiate the rezones for. So that's something that has been in the works. And last year, the year before, it was a robust effort. So we're just not there yet.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I will be supporting this. But I am impressed with the efforts of the neighbors, and has been a long haul for them and for the petitioner. But, you know, given the restrictions on this rezone with the 35-foot height and maximum 12 bedrooms, it is the tiniest little incremental change from a true rezone that I think I've ever seen. It really is just barely. I don't see that the impact on the neighbors might be one more car, but it really is. It has been whittled down to pretty much not much. And I've been by there a number of times. I was by there Saturday, and I drove by there today. And kind of the historic, the single-family home on a larger lot area is north of 11th, and south is a mix of various densities. And then also the woman who pointed out that the other R4 in the area that was built with 2 to 4 units on them, I think that's a darn shame, because we do need more higher density in this area. And I think it's a good thing that we have someone coming forward who's willing to give it a shot, getting 20% more units on there than otherwise would. So I think this is a good infill project. It is the right project, the right time, and I hope that this one goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personally, I think this rezoning is a really, really great idea. It really is. But the fact of the matter is, I never take my personal opinion into consideration when I'm voting on an issue before me. And I've never done it, and I'm not going to do it now. I try to make a decision based on what I think is right for the community. But after seeing the particular community that lives in the area and hearing their opinion on this issue, I just really can't support this rezoning this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is tough. I, at one point in my life, was a urban regional planner, and adding this into the mix is difficult. You've got a lot of multifamily to the south. You've got it to the east, but you don't have it on that block. And the Cordova people speed down Cordova, so traffic and the risk is there. But as I said before, I am impressed with the effort that the applicant has put into this, and also the concessions that have been made, the approval of planning and zoning. Those are all things that play a role here. The community is changing, and this is not terribly inconsistent with the neighborhood. Like I said, having been a planner, it's difficult for me, except that the effort that's taken place and the need for more affordable housing in the area. I wish the applicant well, and I will support it.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on AO 2017-17. Okay, we ready? Okay, please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14Q, AO 2017-20, approving the rezoning of Lot 1, Block 4, Lot 2, Block 9, and Lot 2, Block 4, Laurel Acres subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wake up, Mr. Flynn.
I was trying to hit my button. Thought I did.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
We got the one that wouldn't work?
Yeah, I had sent some comments regarding this one and never got any kind of response 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. We appear to be rezoning residential property to industrial directly across the street from residential, which is the exact same disaster I have dealt with for about 20 years. So could someone please explain to me how we're going to avoid conflicts between industrial and residential?
Yeah, Mr. Flynn, I don't recall that question. I'm not saying you didn't send it. I don't recall that, but Ms. Ward can respond to this.
Mr. Flynn, through the chair.
Ms. Ward.
This is in Laurel Acres. And if you remember, actually very shortly time ago, you approved a conservation easement on a number of lots, about 83 of them in Laurel Acres. This is a paper plat subdivision that was platted in the 80s when subdivision agreements were not required with a plat. Therefore, the improvements have never been completed in this subdivision. So there are 374 lots that have no improvements whatsoever. There are no roads, utilities. This is mostly wetlands. So in this rezone, and I helped with the rezone, we really feel like it is across the street from residential, but it's residential that we anticipate will never be built.
I don't have anything further for you, Ms. Ward. I'll just make a couple comments.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair?
No, Mr. Flynn. Just kidding.
You're one tough chair. So, I, as you know, spent a fair amount of time in my career in the transportation industry. And in Anchorage, we have aggregate handling facilities, and one in particular, which is industrially zoned, directly adjacent to residential. Now, I think Ms. Ward's point that this has not yet been developed is a valid one. The problem is we're rezoning this to industrial and we're not addressing the residential across the street. So, presuming this gets developed as industrial, which it probably will because there's a dearth of available industrial lands in the Anchorage Bowl, we now have set up a situation where a developer can build homes literally across the street from an industrial site. You can build on wetlands, Bill. And I don't think it's prudent to approve this now until we more sincerely investigate how we're going to protect or simply not develop the lands adjacent to it, because we're setting, I mean, it's not going to be my problem. Mr. Dunbar might still be around by then, I don't know. But at some point, you're setting yourselves up for land use conflicts, and you cannot resolve them. I mean, you just cannot. It's the dearth of step-down zoning that has haunted us for 40 years. And I've dealt with it off and on for 20 years. And I'm really concerned that this one hasn't taken that into account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry. To respond to that a bit, the Laurel Acres is so wet, it is, and I'm sorry, I stepped out for a moment when Ms. Ward was speaking, but it is extremely unlikely that it will ever be developed as homes, so it's platted that way. And what we've been doing as a city is actually buying or getting properties through, because they're not paying their property taxes, and using that for wetlands mitigation. So most likely this is industrial next to wetlands mitigation.
Great. Let's put it in here. Let's put it in here.
Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14R, AO 2017-34, an ordinance financing a portion of 15 AWW capital improvement wastewater projects and providing for related matters. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 14S, AO 2017-35, an ordinance financing a portion of 8 AWW capital improvement water projects and providing for related matters. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please vote. We're now at Agenda Item 14T, AO 2017-26, an ordinance to require healthcare practitioners and facilities upon request to provide an estimate of anticipated healthcare charges. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? You don't have to raise your hand. Just come to the podium. Yeah, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Neese, speaking for Alaska Policy Forum. On this item, we love transparency. We really do. That's kind of our goal thing. But this particular ordinance you have in front of you doesn't actually help you achieve that goal at all. It's essentially advertising. You're telling people, put up advertising, or we're going to fine you. If you look at the packet that comes from the administration on this one, every one of these things is a state legislature. They license the hospitals. They license the doctors. You don't have anything to do with their business permit, so having a problem with that part of the ordinance. The other part of it is Ohio has a very good part of this. If you just had this thing about your IBEW and you had a quote about your medical costs going up, the argument is this is going to contain medical costs. It's not going to contain medical costs because the posting that's in here just says, what's your rack rate? It doesn't say, if you belong to this union, that company's only going to pay us this. There's no information or transparency in this item as it is written. Ohio has a good guideline. It probably would be a good item for you to send as an assembly down to the legislature and have this happen. What you want to have happen to save your costs is you want those 5, 10, 15% of the people at the top that are your high users to use this. You don't want you have your regular people going in and picking the cheapest price because they're not going to be told the information of the cheapest price on this particular item. So transparency, great. This particular amendment and ordinance, not so great. So if you want to reduce your health costs, transparency is the way to go, but you're going to have to address the legislature and bring it in there so that the people that are actually licensing your doctors and your facilities are the people saying, we want you to do this because it's going to hold all our costs down. That's the cost control you're going to get from that kind of action. You're going to get no cost control from this particular ordinance. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Rust Henderson, 3725 West 40th. Alaska has the highest cost of health care in the country, and by extension, the world. Charges for health care services should be transparent to all of us, such as other goods and services are. We buy groceries and other services, essential and non-essential, and health care services in Alaska and other places in the country, but particularly up here, are not transparent. And we have egregiously high costs of health care services here. I've lived here for 7 years, so I have a frame of reference about this. This ordinance can help protect the consumer, and that really is where we should be focusing, on protection for the consumer. This can help avoid surprise costs, which can lead to financially crippling bills And it also helps build consumerism in all of us as we make selections about whether we need procedures or to whom to go. This ordinance is a fair request with which providers should be able to comply. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, members. My name is Rhonda Kidder. Last name is Kitter. Earlier this evening, I forwarded you a letter I'd like to read for you at this time. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer for the Public Education Health Trust here in Alaska. We support 17,000 consumers of healthcare in Alaska. We fully support this ordinance, and we are thankful the Assembly is taking this action. We encourage our members to be informed and educated members, as well as informed and educated healthcare consumers. Transparency exists in every other market. When I go to purchase a car, when I go to purchase a home, when I go to purchase a pair of shoes, that information is available to me. Estimates are available when I ask to build a home, when I'm seeking a car repair. Healthcare industry is the one place where transparency does not exist. There are several states that have enacted transparency laws, and while HB 123 is currently in our state legislature being considered, it's not passed. It's receiving significant amount of pushback. We are excited that the municipality of Anchorage has taken this opportunity to address this cost driver in our community. We feel transparency will have a positive impact on the overwhelming driver of healthcare costs that are affecting our employers. Earlier, we heard from the economic development. Employers in the state are facing competition from outside providers, outside companies that are bringing staff here. They have the ability to purchase their health insurance for their employees outside. Please consider passing this ordinance. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Ms. Kidder.
I apologize. Yes, sir.
Well, it's interesting. So you said HB 123, is that, you said it's getting a lot of pushback, and I wonder if, I'm not familiar. I know there was a similar effort at the legislature, but is it close to this, and what are the issues people are having with it? Briefly.
HB 123 was introduced by Representative Sponholz as a transparency bill requesting that providers publish on the internet, posted in their offices, the top 25 services that providers supply, as well as the top 50 most common services that facilities provide. The pushback that I've heard currently getting significant attention is that providers feel this would cause them to lie to their patients because different insurance companies reimburse at different rates. Once again, it starts with the consumer. The consumer having the knowledge in their hand prior to requesting the service is critical information to have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I had a question too. The concerns that I have is that there's so much variability in terms of procedures. If it's a standard procedure, then it's pretty easy to get those costs. If it's an emergency procedure, or if it's a procedure that's non-standard, it seems to me there's a lot of variability from individual to individual. So getting an accurate estimate would be difficult in many instances until you get in and see what you got. And so I think that that's a big issue. Plus, there's a lot of costs involved with producing that at the front end for everybody that walks in the door, if everybody that walks in the door needs it. How is that going to impact the accuracy or the cost overall of the healthcare experience?
Thank you. Through the chair. Perfect example, I spoke with a member this morning whose son had obtained a strep throat screening. That was the encompassing of the entire visit. They were charged $1,647 for that strep throat screening. Had the information been published at a doctor's office, at an urgent care facility, they could have sought alternative options. They weren't aware of what the impact on their family would be in obtaining that strep throat screening in the emergency room.
Is this type of activity, this requirement, is it standard elsewhere in the country?
It is quite standard. In fact, in Florida, the facilities that you walk into, the doctor's offices, it's right there next to your HIPAA privacy notice. The encouragement to have the information published on their internet site, the top 25 charges, which is the HB piece, is encouraging for individuals to become informed consumers. As employers cost shift away from higher premiums, increasing the consumer's deductible and their out-of-pocket cost, it helps them to be wise shoppers. It also encourages our providers to have informed patients. Dr. Steele, why do you charge $2,000 when Dr. Peterson charges $1,500? Dr. Dunbar is at $1,000. Having that information ahead of time drives those conversations.
Yeah, accuracy is one thing, since there is variability from patient to patient in terms of what it costs, in terms of effort and what you do. It just seems to me that it's going to be extremely, I would think it would be extremely difficult to be able to rely on that estimate. And it would have to be an estimate, and there would have to be a disclaimer on that board on the wall that says this is our standard cost if everything goes well.
I think you have a valid point, especially when it comes to emergency room activities. Most surgeries, you are going in for a certain procedure. Now, they may uncover something when you're under anesthesia, and they probably want to wake you up and ask you, hey, we're going to change it out. But for the most part, those are very rare circumstances. I would say I've been at the trust for 20 years. 90% of the time, you receive the service that you went in for.
One more question, Madam Chair. So do you think, as it's written, it's a viable and the best proposal we could come forward with?
I do. I feel it's very unintrusive into the provider's world they're already operating in, and it's a protection back to the consumers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Tucker, Tucker. I'm here as a representative of Providence Health and Services Alaska, where I serve as Chief Financial Officer for Providence Medical Group. Thank you for inviting public commentary on your work to establish price transparency for healthcare. Providence is in complete support of price transparency and applauds this effort to inform consumers. In 2016, Providence recorded 455 instances where patients requested and received price estimates for services. Providence's estimates meet a vast majority of the elements in the current draft proposed ordinance. While the intent of the proposed ordinance is correct, execution misses the mark. The consumers who will be assisted by this ordinance are patients with commercial insurance or no insurance. These two patient groups make up about 40% of the patients seen at Providence, with a large majority of them being the insured population. The remaining 60% of patients seen at Providence are mostly Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries covered under the government's fixed payment models. There is one and only one party among the stakeholders with the most complete and accurate information to satisfy the consumer's needs, the insurance companies. While Providence knows its gross charges for services and the negotiated discounts with distinct insurance companies, we do not have knowledge of independent physician charges, physicians' participation in insurance networks, their agreements with insurers to discount their charges, or the specific benefit plan that each patient may have. The insurance companies know the gross charges, the discounts, the claims paid for hospitals, physicians, and other providers. Moreover, the insurance companies have documentation of each patient's benefit plan, which is required in order to be able to give a fair and accurate estimate. As you're probably aware, the Alaska legislature is considering price transparency rules in the current session. We urge leaders in the municipality to consider delay of this ordinance to avoid promulgation of redundant and perhaps conflicting requirements. If the legislature has an acceptable solution, the municipality can avoid promulgation of one more ordinance. If the legislature fails, the municipality can step into the breach. We ask that you promote price transparency in healthcare in a rational, effective, and efficient manner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Croft?
I'm not very interested in all in your suggestion that we wait for the legislature to act. I don't have much confidence that they'll do it or do it in the right manner, but I was intrigued by your suggestion that it's the insurance companies that have more complete and possibly more accurate information. So how would that work if I go in and say, I would like to have, I agree with my doctor. Doctor says we should have this procedure. We agree. I agree that that's appropriate. Take their recommendation. They know the codes and things that they're recommending. They know what surgical procedure they're recommending. My insurance company knows the costs of all that, and you know, your entity knows sort of the surrounding charges that would go around that, say, surgical procedure. In what way do you envision that working? That is, do I say, great, doc, thank you, I do want to do that procedure, please give me an estimate, and then they, what? Within 5 days, the insurance company has to say what the all-in number is?
Yes, that would be our proposal, is that the providers and insurance companies work together to provide the patients with a complete and accurate estimate of what their out-of-pocket costs will end up being.
Not a hypothetical, not a theoretical, but the medical provider says, we want to do this procedure, and then the insurance company has a certain amount of time to say, it will cost Eric Croft this much. Intriguing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi. Karen Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R. I have had problems getting information from doctors and insurance companies about my health care for many years. When I turned 50, like thousands of Alaskans, I looked into getting a colonoscopy. I spent a lot of time making calls to my insurance company, the doctor's office, the facility, and labs. I went around and around trying to get the coverage and pricing information, but had a lot of trouble. This procedure costs almost $5,000, so it was very important to me to find out the coverage and costs before I had the procedure done. It was very difficult to get the information, and I experienced a lot of resistance from the medical offices and the insurance company. Eventually, I got as much information as I could ahead of time, but I still was waiting on pins and needles for the bill or bills to arrive to find out if I was going to be charged anything for the procedure that was supposed to be covered under the Affordable Care Act. I've also had a lot of problems finding out pricing and coverage information about a basic cholesterol blood test. After 3 years struggling with 2 doctors' offices and 2 insurance companies, I believe I finally have the CPT codes for the blood tests, but this past year I found out that I had an incorrect diagnosis code for the test. I still don't know the meaning of the diagnosis code that I have or what code is allowed by the Affordable Care Act, so now I have to start working on trying to find out that information. So once again, for 3 years now, I've had to pay for the blood tests out of my own pocket, even though it's supposed to be covered by the Affordable Care Act. Recently, I went to a doctor's office for an office visit. I was expecting to be charged a copay for the office visit. After the visit, I found out it was coded as a procedure instead of an office visit, so it would go toward my deductible. I was quite surprised. With a deductible of $6,350, it meant that I had to pay for this whole visit out of my own pocket instead of just a copay. Without knowing the costs and medical codes ahead of time, it is very difficult for me to be able to make proper health care and financial decisions. I am unable to shop around for low-cost providers, time my medical care during appropriate times of the year, or plan ahead for the financial costs that will be coming out of my pocket. The way the system is set up right now, it does not work well for the patients, and I end up having to pay for medical care myself that is supposed to be covered by the insurance companies. Please make the cost of medical care more transparent so that I can be properly informed when making my health care choices. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. I'm Jennifer Meyhoff. Last name's Meyhoff. I am an employee benefits consultant, so I work with scores of employers around our state that are offering employee benefits medical insurance for their employees. They all work really hard to try to keep their premiums down, and by doing so, they usually increase deductibles, meaning there's so much more cost from the employee. So the woman that spoke just before me gave the perfect examples of the challenges that consumers, patients, have as they're trying to figure out what something is going to cost. To the comments earlier about sort of who knows the costs, I mean, I would suggest that the costs are known by those providing the care. They know their costs, they know what their charges should be for whatever they're providing, versus an insurance company who can say they'll pay a certain amount based on all of the charges they get from varying providers of that same procedure. So I'm strongly in favor of transparency and making sure that we have information so we can make good medical decisions. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christine Hill, 1233 East 76th Avenue. I'm here as a consumer and listening. I'm here for another reason tonight, but in listening to this, I'd like to share a story of the best thing about having my first child was the child. The hospital was not a good situation at all. My husband and I at the time, we did not have any insurance. We were cash patients. So when and then everything didn't really go right. I ended up having a C-section, but she's fine, I'm fine. But I'll let you make that decision if I'm fine or not, I guess, ultimately. But the thing of it is when I was in there, they were very nice to me, and they go, well, do you want to have this cushion here? Would you like to have this pill, And I go, well, sure, that's fine. I didn't know they were selling it to me. I didn't know I was going to be charged for that. So the next time I had my next baby, I had signs, cash patient, no frills. Just get the job done and get out of here. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, I couldn't believe the charge. And the other thing that the medical community does also is you have your procedure, whatever, you wait sometimes months before you actually get the bills to find out what even had transpired. And so you're kind of like sitting, what is this going to cost? Because you don't know. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jackie Ransom. Hearing this testimony prompts me to give my story too. I didn't have insurance for a long time, and I was a cash pay also. And the transparency is very well needed. I went in for a routine infection. The doctor said, yeah, you have an infection, gave me the antibiotics. I went to pay my bill in full at the desk, and they said, fine, you paid. 2 months later, I got a bill because they sent the scan off to some lab and said, yeah, you had the infection. I was cured. The doctor thought what I had was a routine infection and all that. And they sent me another bill for another $90 or whatever. I called to say, hey, I paid in full. You didn't tell me there were any future charges. What's going on? They said, talk to the billing people, talk to the finance people. I'd been going to this clinic for over 35 years. 35 years. And that lady did not like my attitude of why I should pay for something I was never even told that I incurred. And she not only 86'd me and said, I'm sorry, we're not going to handle you anymore because apparently we have different philosophies. My philosophy was if I was going to get billed, I should know what I was going to get billed for up front. They not only canceled me, they canceled my whole family. So transparency is needed in this town. A lot of things are ordered by doctors and by clinics just to run up the bill. That lady that was giving examples of trying to find out costs, it is very, very hard. And it's not just up to the doctor, it's up to the patient. The patient has the right to know if they're incurring a debt. It or if they want to go through that, whatever it is. But you can't make that decision the way it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Please come to the podium, sir, and state your name and spell your last.
Yes, my name is Clinton Desjardins, last name Desjarlais. I came for another issue as well, but I got to tell you, I'm livid. I serve this country just like that gentleman. I got a $250,000 education in government from the United States Naval Academy. I grew up in this town. I'm a cash buyer. I have no Obamacare. I go to Providence Hospital. By the way, I'm a pilot. So just about everybody who doesn't go to Seattle, who wants a major medical issue taken care of, comes to this town from an airplane from anywhere in the whole state of Alaska. What this city does, right or wrong, affects the whole state of Alaska for major medical decisions. I walked in for an emergency inspection evaluation about a moving problem where something was dropped on my leg. Having known a thing or two about combat, it could have been life-threatening. I got an $850 bill when I asked, can I get an evaluation? I sat on a table in Providence for 45 minutes. No doctor came. I was in excruciating pain and could have bled out and died in about 60 seconds. Thankfully, I didn't hit a femoral artery. I laid on the table. They walk in, you want Motrin. Know a little thing about government and contracts? I say, will I be billed for that? Yes, you will. No, thank you. She goes, here you go. You can have it for free. Would you like a bag of ice? I said, will I be billed for that? Yes, you will. You can have it for free. Would you like a pillow? I don't want it. You can have it for free. 9 months later, arguing with billing, $850 to sit on a table to get nothing and walk out. Could have died on the table. I said, I'm a cash payer. I'll pay up front. You guys never even told me the bill, wouldn't give me the bill, couldn't leave it walking out the door. Regardless of whether using force of this ordinance is the right answer, something needs to be resolved for people who want to walk in, pay for a service, and walk out. Not argue about, well, you got to talk to HIPAA, you got to talk to your legislator. This city affects most medical decisions for a lot of people for major services in Alaska, and I would encourage you to do something positive that helps people who have personal decisions that they'd like to use assets and not insurance and not liabilities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Tim. My last name is Olson, O-L-S-O-N. I'm a physician assistant in a local clinic. I came here for another issue, so I just wanted to weigh in on it. I'm probably outside my bounds here just because I haven't been able to research this issue much. And I'm a little bit new to the field. I'm just out of school for about a year and a half. Just a little bit about me. I chose primary care, so I work in a family medicine clinic as well as we do see urgent care patients. And I do know that my clinic specifically provides any sort of pricing that I've known. So it seems to be that all this is mostly targeted towards the hospital and some of the ER visits and things done at the hospital, and I haven't seen much about the clinics specifically. I do know that it seems like this is a very complicated subject, and that there's probably a lot of things that weigh into this, such as the one comment that was made that the insurance companies know quite a bit, the doctor knows quite a bit. There's some sort of communication issue there, and I think that there's probably more that needs to be maybe parsed through, but that's just sort of my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi, my name's Alana.
Can you pull the microphone down?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm also here for a different issue, but this issue definitely touches home. My name's Alana Habib, and a couple of years ago I had to get a hip surgery, and it wasn't exactly transparent in terms of the cost. It first started out with the orthopedic surgeon saying, okay, the whole procedure would be $5,000. So I said, okay, that sounds good. And they didn't clarify, or honestly, I don't think they told me truthfully that it was going to be out of network, because apparently all orthopedic surgeons in Alaska are out of network and for Blue Cross Blue Shield. And so I ended up having to pay the $5,000, but then meanwhile that was out of network, and I ended up having to pay any other outside cost in network. So I ended up paying $10,000 for the year for hip surgery and physical therapy and all that stuff. So I became a lot more conscious just through that mess of asking for the prices of my health care every time I go to the doctor now. So recently that came up a few months ago. On my way out to Nepal, I had to get a few vaccines or whatnot, and so I think one of the vaccines was typhoid, and there was a couple different options for the kind of vaccine I could have, like a 3-year versus a 5-year, and the doctor and the resident that was working with the doctor and the CMA were really adamant. Why don't you get the 5-year shot? It's just better, more coverage, all that. And I was very, I was like, oh, well, that sounds great. How much is that going to be, though? And they were like, oh, we don't know. So they go and check it. And as it turns out, they check it, it's $300 more, and insurance doesn't cover anything of it. So I think there's a very clear misguided healthcare system going on right now, and that the providers are there to provide care. That's what they really care about. And they're causing, because they don't know about the financial burden it's having on people, it's creating a very unhealthy condition for people, and that they're financially burdened and stressed, which is huge, to not have a clear understanding of how much things are going to cost. So I really love this ordinance and would highly support that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I'd move to postpone until March 7th, so just 1 week till our next meeting. And the reason for that would be to address what my question was, but also because while I support this bill and the transparency it seeks to find, I basically learned about it from the work session and the review over the weekend. And so that time to consider it, but also that time to consider whether we can approach what was identified by a couple of witnesses, which is how you have, or even if you can have, the insurance company as part of it. I do think they have a fair amount of the information on this issue.
Is there a second on Mr. Croft's motion?
Second.
Thank you. Can you hit the screen, please? Mr. Evans on Mr. Croft's motion?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee on the motion?
I'm not interested in postponing this for another night. I have no faith or trust in the state legislature. Good heavens. Take a look at the paper any single day. So I'm willing for us to deal with this tonight. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 amendments I also want to introduce, and it's interesting, Mr. Croft. I wonder if they would partially resolve some of your concerns, if you had a chance to look at them. I will say that I agree with Mr. Trainee. I'm not interested particularly in postponing this for a week. I'd like for us to vote on it tonight and to work through it tonight. And I guess I'm a little bit skeptical of the notion that if insurers have more information, it strikes me that particularly after we amend them to give the practitioners 10 days, which is one of the amendments proposed by myself and the mayor, that the practitioners could seek out the counsel of the insurers. And in fact, they're in a much better position to do so than the individuals are, because as you mentioned, they know all the codes, so they can talk to the insurer directly and then get back to the consumer. So I'm opposed to the motion to postpone. I'd also like to hear, before we vote on that motion, I'd like to hear a little bit from Mr. Falsey, who has been one of the drivers of this, on his thoughts of the insurer issue, if that's possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Dombowski on the motion?
Yes, I'm going to speak to the motion because I think I'm probably the only person sitting on this body who actually has worked in the health industry, specifically with an emphasis on insurance and insurance companies. And it's painful for me to watch a legislative body nitpick like this, because I could tell you from my perspective, every single day, 10 times a day, I actually gave estimates, and I actually worked with insurance companies. And so from a healthcare practitioner's perspective, it's not uncommon for somebody to walk in, specifically a cash patient, to walk in and say, let me see your fee schedule. And what we're showing them is our basically our rack rates is what somebody referred to it earlier. But there's so many more complicating factors, and the reason I'm saying this now, and I'm not waiting till later in case this is postponed, it's things to think about. Number one, we can make everybody publish their fees, which, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But it's misleading to a lot of people because first you have to ask, are they a preferred provider if you have insurance, yes or no? You might have a Blue Cross Blue Shield policy, but there might be 5 different kinds of policies. See? So it's not just yes or no, are they a preferred provider? What type of policy do they have? Are they in-network, out-of-network? For the service that they're having, is there a waiting period? And have they met that waiting period? When you talk to the insurance company, and I can tell you, I have set hours upon hours upon hours trying to verify somebody's coverage, trying to verify it. The first thing the insurance company will say to you is, this is an estimate and not guarantee of coverage. They won't ever tell you until they get the bill in their hand. That's just a fact. So you can go through all these hoops, all these exercises as much as you want, but as the provider, as the office that does the billing, they want that money from the insurance company, I promise you, which helps them, with their patients. But sometimes you don't know, and sometimes you will think you have a procedure that has met every single criteria they have. You have all the x-rays you need, you have all the narratives you need, you have it all. And the insurance company will deny it. And sometimes it's a loophole in their policy, sometimes it's, they didn't turn in this form that they were supposed to sign and turn back in a certain amount of time. So the doctor's office doesn't always know. And sometimes it has happened. I heard Jackie testify earlier, specifically to dental, for example. You'll have somebody who bills something out, you get a crown done, but the assistant or whoever billed it forgot to send out the build-up. So you have 2 or 3 procedures that were done, and somebody, just an admin person, missed one, so you have to go back and rebill it. So sometimes that's the worst call to make, I can tell you, as somebody who's run these businesses, to call somebody and say, sorry, we actually missed this. But the fact is the procedure was provided. And there's other things too, like sometimes you can put your fees up there, but this particular policy doesn't cover this particular medicine or this particular material. So again, if we're really talking about driving down the cost of health care, I mean, the elephant in the room here, it's not because people aren't asking or aren't telling what the costs are. It's the Affordable Care Act. It's the lack of competition in the market. That's what's driving up the cost. It's not because, Dr. Smith didn't tell you. They're not trying to hide it from you. They really do want their money. Now, I can tell you, after having 2 babies at Providence, I think it's like $32 for one Tylenol, but it is expensive. But you have to be a savvy consumer, and you have to say, how much is this going to cost? And when I go to my doctor's office, listen, my kid has strep throat. I'm not going to go to the emergency room. I'm going to go to first care or urgent care or one of these smaller places because I know I have to pay a deductible and I have to pay a portion. And so, that's just the fact is the emergency room's always more expensive. So I think Mr. Croft is onto something here. I think it is more complicated than some are letting on. And I have to tell you, like I said, I spent 18 years in the healthcare industry, and I spent many of those years specifically dealing with insurance, and this is not going to drive down the cost of healthcare in Alaska. It's not. This is, I'm all for transparency. I think it's great. I think people should be wise and informed consumers. But I can tell you from a healthcare perspective, provider's perspective, we want to tell people how much it costs because we don't want to do a $6,000 procedure on you and you can't pay us. I mean, that's just the truth. My daughter had a tonsillectomy a year ago. And maybe I'm a little more savvy than some, but when I was sitting in the doctor's office, it was an out-of-network provider. No one in Anchorage provided the specific surgery she needed, so I had to go out-of-network. But I knew to ask what the codes are. I also knew to call the surgery center and see what the codes would be, so I knew going into it. But a lot of people maybe would have missed asking the surgery center how much they were going to cost. But that's why I say this is so much more complicated than just we're going to publish a list of how much the top 25 fees are. And the fact of the matter is you're giving people a false sense of security because oftentimes those fees are different than what actually they will be charged, because maybe they're less because they're in network or out of network or whatever. But I don't know. To me, this is kind of it's missing the mark greatly. You're missing the big picture.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. We have a motion on the floor to postpone to March 7th. March 7th. Mr. Dunbar, are your comments on the motion before us?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
So I just want to clear something up. It's been said twice tonight, and Mr. Dombrowski just said it, that this is, about the publishing 25 top procedures. That's not what this ordinance does. That's what's being considered in Juneau. That's not even on the table here. So just to be clear, that's not what we're voting to postpone. We're talking about a different kind of proposal wherein the provider gives an estimate. And Ms. Dombrowski is absolutely right that it's very complicated, and it won't be legally binding in the sense that if your estimate happens to be off, that's not grounds for a lawsuit or anything like that. But we're asking them to provide an estimate. And for that reason, and again, she also talked about in network, out of network, that kind of thing. That's the Second Amendment that I also didn't get a chance to propose yet because this motion was put out so quickly. But I'd like us to continue our debate tonight and not postpone this till next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Croft.
Not like my friend to the left who speaks multiple times. But just the second time, and that's it. I thought it was clear at the beginning, but to make clear, I am not doing this to wait for the legislature. I have no interest in doing that. I said that in my question to the witness. I'll reiterate it now. That's not the motivation behind it. And I don't even know if I'd do it if we had our normal 2-week schedule, but we have this doubled up week, so we can take 1 week, not 2, and approach this very important issue in a way that allows at least me to more fully understand it and craft it. I think the amendments that Mr. Dunbar and possibly the administration have proposed, those two, go some way. But it's an issue that's important, that's complex, and that at least I, who try and stay on top of it, learned mainly about on Friday of last week. So I would ask for that time. It's 1 week. And it's not to wait for the legislature to act. And Mr. Dunbar is absolutely right. These are very different ordinances, and I think this one is much better thought out, much better crafted by the administration and Mr. Falsey. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't give it some more thought and have an up or down vote next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to the notion that the delay might be necessary to adopt additional criteria that would apply to the insurers, I would just like to point out for the Assembly that the title of this ordinance applies only to the physicians and the facilities. So if there is a motion to address something beyond the core market transaction of I would like an estimate of what this is going to cost me, and instead to require the insurers to build some kind of database or to give some kind of general costing of knee replacements across Anchorage, I think that's going to be a different ordinance that will live in an amendment, not in an amendment to this ordinance, but in an entirely separate vehicle. So I'm not sure delay will assist any efforts on that front.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Croft, would you consider withdrawing your motion so we can deal with the first two amendments from Forrest and then come back and give your motion? Because I'd like to have the full document in front of us, and that's what his two amendments give us.
Yeah, sure, that'd be fine.
And the second, withdraw your second, please. Thank you. Well, whoever made the second, please withdraw it.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Croft, for allowing me to propose these two amendments, partially because I am ill and partially because he helped draft them, and one of them is proposed by the mayor. I was wondering if Mr. Falsey, would you care to present these two amendments on my behalf and on behalf of the mayor in the case of the first one?
A motion.
Sorry, make a motion
And
to...
a second.
I'll just move the first amendment first then. Move Amendment 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assemblymember Dunbar. We presented this item at a work session last Friday, and we presented the notion that it is really designed to very narrowly address this core market transaction of wanting pricing information in the incurring of charges. We did receive, and so as a design consideration, we are trying to impose the least compliance costs on the physicians and the facilities to which this would apply. We did receive some written comments from the Hospital Association, which we looked at closely, and at least as to a few of those, we thought they were well taken suggestions. And so amendment number 1 would remove the word itemized from itemized estimate in subsection A to the extent that that was understandably causing some confusion with those who were reviewing the ordinance as to say, I need to know specifically how many Band-Aids this surgery is going to require and with precision how many rolls of gauze I'm going to use, without destroying the utility of the estimate because it would still require those charges which correspond to standardized billing codes to be separately listed. And second, to provide a little more time for the physicians and for the facilities to provide the estimate. So we propose in this Amendment 1 to provide 10 business days to provide the estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. There's no one in the queue. We are voting on proposed amendment number 1. Please vote. That amendment is approved. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 2.
Thank you.
So I'll just briefly speak to this. This came out of testimony that we heard on Friday from Gina, whose last name now escapes me, about the fact that sometimes you can be in-network, out-of-network preferred provider, and this expands the amount of information that that we hope the providers give to the consumers when they ask for the estimate. Mr. Falsey, do you have anything to add to those comments?
Through the chair, that's exactly right, Assemblymember Dunbar. When we presented this ordinance both to a group of Alaskans who are interested in sustainable healthcare costs, and then also at the work session on Friday, we heard compelling testimony from folks who have been sort of trapped in the fell into a trap for the unwary, which is they would ask providers, quite rightly, do you accept my insurance? The answer they receive back is, yes, I do accept your insurance, but that, of course, is not the question that they really needed to ask. It is, are you an in-network provider? This would just require that the estimates to be provided upon request to disclose whether you are in-network or out-of-network. Again, we're trying to design this in such a way that it minimizes compliance costs. So we give options. You can either tailor that disclosure to the individual patient who is requesting the estimate and say, you are in-network for your insurance, or I am not in-network for your insurance, or you could provide a general boilerplate statement on all of the estimates, which would say, I am an in-network preferred provider in only the following networks, and then leave it to the insurer, the person who is requesting the estimate, to make sense of that. So this was really surfaced by public comment as an important addition to the estimate, which would make a lot of additional utility.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Dombrowski.
Yeah, I'll just point out, this isn't necessarily a bad amendment, but it just, somebody has done insurance, I'm telling you, it just makes me chuckle because you guys are missing 15 other factors that are going to make a difference. And if you're a provider and somebody asks for an estimate, if you're in network, you give them the lower rate because you want their business. I mean, that's how it works. So, you know, like I said, I'll vote for the amendment. I'm not going to support this ordinance. I mean, it just, again, this is not going to drive down healthcare costs in Alaska. I think most discerning, anyways, I'll just stop. But you're missing the bigger picture because you can pick in-network or out-of-network, but you're not dealing with waiting periods. You're not dealing with covered or not covered materials or conditions or whatever the factor is when they're trying to determine that. And as we said before, everybody still needs to realize that the insurance companies will not guarantee to the doctor's office what really is actually covered.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
So, Mr. Falsey, can I require, can we as an assembly, can we in this ordinance require that the insurance company do anything? That is, do we have the same ability to have them disclose a pricing that we would of the providers?
Through the chair, not in this ordinance at the very least. This ordinance is introduced with a title which is limiting us to physicians and to facilities. We could look into that question, but as I tried to convey earlier, if the notion is not simply to allow for instance, Assemblymember Demboski, to get the estimate when she asked for it, which is all this is really seeking to achieve, but rather to ask the insurers to provide a kind of informational database that they do not currently provide. That is a different kind of lift.
I guess I meant, is there any portion of ERISA or federal law that would prohibit us from requiring similar things from the insurance company? And I'm not proposing what the legislature proposing or this other modification that they publish, top 25 rates or any other rates. It's simply to get at what this ordinance seeks, which is what is it going to cost me to have the procedure that I and my doctor agreed to do, and an all-in cost. And my concern is that the insurance company might be able to answer that better than the individual provider. But is there a bar from me requiring an insurance company to do that?
So through the chair, that ends up being a complicated and moving target. Recently, the United States Supreme Court interpreted the 1974 ERISA Act to preclude the reporting of certain claims information to governments. Whether we could require insurers to provide that directly to their insured is a question we have not yet scrutinized, but which we certainly could. I would step back and say that the framework of this ordinance seems to be somewhat lost, in that what we are requiring the facilities and the providers to provide is either of two things. Either what they would charge an uninsured person for the procedure that they are proposing to complete, along with the breadcrumbs to find the identity of other persons who may charge them, or the negotiated insured charges, which they know. The insurer certainly has information which they could aggregate and massage through a big data set, but that is not the same as the interaction that we were keenly focused on here, which is what are you going to charge me?
I too want to get at what you, the medical community generally, are going to charge me. It seems I at least have to ask two questions, my medical provider and the hospital for the surrounding, if we're hypothesizing a surgery, say. I've got to ask the doctor who recommended the surgery and then walk over and ask the hospital who's going to provide all the surrounding services. I may have to ask more than that, anesthesiologists or other associated people that I don't understand. It would be simpler, I think, to say, my doctor has recommended this procedure, insurance company, and here are its codes provided by the doctor. What's the all-in cost of that? And that's what I really want to know, and I think what the ordinance is seeking, but I know what I am seeking, is the all-in price for actually me for everything associated with this procedure.
And so through the chair, the insurance companies likely could develop estimates along those lines. I do not know to the extent to which they exist now. They would not be closely tailored to the particular physicians and the particular anesthesiologists and the particular lab work that may be involved in your procedure. So what we have done here is say, the particular physician that you are interacting with or the particular facility that you are interacting with has to give you an estimate that is tailored to them. If they would like to figure out the all-in charge, they are certainly welcome to do that, encouraged to do that. If that is too big of a lift, then all they need to say is, here's my charge, other people are likely to charge you as well, and you are free to give them a phone call.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. We have before us Mr. Dunbar's amendment number 2. Please vote. That amendment is approved. We now have before us the main motion as amended. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I would renew my motion to delay for 1 week.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. We're voting to postpone action. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you. I just want to say, especially this is only 1 week, I think it's imperative when we have an assembly member who is trying to understand a very complicated issue. There's not a drop deadline here. I would support Mr. Croft's request of this body to give him a week. I mean, he is a very astute assembly member. If he says he needs a week because he wants to research it further, I think it's appropriate to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, I still haven't decided whether I'm going to vote yes or no on your motion. You were very gracious to allow me to amend the ordinance. I just want to, I guess, apologize to those who came out and testified if we do end up postponing it. I guess what I wanted to say is I want to assure you that your testimony was not in vain, and we listened to you, and we will continue to listen to what you said, and I'm sure Mr. Croft would echo that. So if it does get postponed tonight, it doesn't mean that it failed, and I suspect that it probably has enough votes to pass and will pass in a week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think anybody at all realized health care was so complicated. As much as I appreciate Mr. Croft's interest in getting this right, if I had any belief at all that adding another week to this process would get us to the point where we've solved it and we can get just every patient get perfect information, then I would absolutely approve this. But I don't think another week or another month or another decade is going to get us there at the municipal level. I think there's good reason to do what Mr. Falsey has proposed. I think we can pass this or not pass it tonight. And if there is further work to do, I imagine there is probably other health care issues we can tackle. I would do that. But I am going to oppose the extension. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was wondering if we do vote to postpone this, if Ms. Domboski would be willing to offer her expertise in this field to improve this legislation. Thank you.
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be voting to postpone this item. It's not going to help anything.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There is no one else in the queue. We're voting on Mr. Croft's amendment to postpone action until the meeting on March 7th. Please vote. Somebody hasn't voted. Ooh. Yeah, it failed. Sorry about that. Anyway, the main motion is before us as amended, and there is no one in the queue. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, everyone else spoke. I might as well throw in. I suspect this is not a perfect ordinance. Listen to Ms. Domboski. I'm sure there's a huge amount of failings in it, but it is way better than what we got now. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Domboski?
I'll just say I'm all for transparency in healthcare. If you ask somebody what something costs, they should be able to tell you. And my experience has been, we can tell you what our standard fee is, but all the little nuances of your insurance, the provider is never given a guarantee. They're just not. They're not given a guarantee. And I've done this for 18 years. So, you do the best you can to give good estimates. You give the best you can. I think if you want to list your fees on a sheet, I think that's fine. But the driving force, and when I listened to the work session, I just had to chuckle. If the municipality thinks this is going to drive down the cost of health care, you're just wrong. There's a much bigger problem out there. When I look at this and it says, now it's been amended to say that, if somebody asks for, an estimate, that you have to give it to them within 10 days. Now we're really driving in there. If somebody's not going to give you an estimate within a few days, go do a different provider, frankly. That's been my experience. So, again, I don't have any problem with transparency. I have no problem with people asking how much something is going to be cost being given to you. And my experience has been, it's there. I think this is redundant. I don't think it's necessary. I think, frankly, if you want to drive down the cost of health care, repeal Obamacare.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree that this measure in and of itself is not going to likely drive down health care costs. It is a pretty tame measure, and I think that was done purposefully. But I think, it's ridiculous in any business where you go there and ask for an estimate and they don't provide it. So I think at that minimal level, which is what this ordinance does, it's perfectly acceptable. I think, if you really want to solve healthcare problems and eliminate all that stuff, the only thing you're going to be able to do is nationalize healthcare. So you can put that in the paper. And since we can't do that, maybe we can municipalize healthcare, at least in Anchorage. But I'll support this. I appreciate the effort and the thought that went into it.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Ms. Domboski insofar as I don't think this is a silver bullet, and I don't think it's going to have a large impact on the cost of health care. I would point out that health care costs in Alaska were rising quickly before the Affordable Care Act passed. If we repeal it, they're going to continue to rise quickly. And when the Republicans proposed repealing the ACA, price transparency is one of the things they usually point to. They're like, this is one of our proposed solutions. But I, like Ms. Domboski, am skeptical it actually is going to reduce costs that much. However, I think it will help a little. I think it's a good first step, and I'm strongly in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting this because people need to know what the cost on the procedure is when they go to their doctor's office, rather than say, I don't know, we'll get back to you later after we go through the whole process of seeing you and the cost of everything. We'll tell you eventually what it is. Maybe the first time, maybe the second bill. But I'll be supporting this. I appreciate the administration bringing this forward to us. It's not going to lower the cost of health care, but it'll at least allow the consumers to know what they're facing when they go into there. Thank you for bringing it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote on the main motion as amended. That ordinance is approved. We are now at agenda item 14U, AO 2017-19, for the Campbell Airstrip Road Project and amending the HLB 2016 Annual Work Program and 2017-2021 5-Year Management Plan. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That ordinance is approved. We are now at agenda item 14V, AO 2721, an ordinance authorizing retention of a tax foreclosed parcel for public purposes, legally described as Lot 11, Block 1, Laurel Acre Subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Approval, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Mr. Steele, are you the second?
He did.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14W, AO 2017-22, authorizing the disposal by 30-year lease with one 25-year renewal option to H.R. Redmond Company, Inc. for Heritage Land Bank Parcel 6-057A. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Somebody didn't vote. Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14X, AO 2017-23, authorizing the disposal by 30-year lease with one 25-year renewal option to Geo Contracting LLC for Heritage Land Bank Parcel 6057B, C&E. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Steele, can you? Thank you. No one's in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Steele, that item is approved. Thank you. We are now at agenda item 14Y, AO 2017-24, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by 5-year lease with six five-year renewal options to on-site snow removal for Heritage Land Bank Parcel 6057D. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14Z, AO 2017-27, authorizing the acquisition of real property legally described as a portion of SW 1/4 SE 1/4 Section 17T 12N R3W. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone? Welcome, sir. Please state your name, spell your last.
Good evening again. My name is Clint Desjarlais, D-E-S-J-A-R-L-A-I-S. And real briefly, there's a simple way to say it. I concur. I think this is a win-win for everyone, and I'll move on peacefully. If you have any questions about the details involved in it, Mr. Weddleton knows a great deal about it before he stood in office. And that stated, I brought my family, and we've moved to a better place.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14AA. AO 2017-33, authorizing a 3-year lease with 1 5-year option to extend between the municipality of Anchorage and ACS of Anchorage, LLC, for premises located at 182 Lindblad Avenue, Girdwood, Alaska. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Dombrowski. Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, could you give me a brief, if you know, I'm sure you do, a brief description of how you think they're going to use the substation? The reason I ask is because, or maybe the chief of police is here, he can answer it. We have a substation in Eagle River that we spend money on, but nobody's ever there. So I just don't want to go down that route too. So if you can help me with this one.
I appreciate that. This is actually would be for the Whittier Police Department to use when they're in Girdwood. And so they have no alternative in Girdwood for a place to eat lunch, to gather, to talk to people, to meet with people in the community and so on. Whereas in Anchorage, there's quite a few places where they can meet. So,
Do you need some help?
and it's actually a pretty good deal for us. It's the lease rate will actually drop substantially once the tenant improvements have been amortized. It's right in the heart of town, whereas the troopers used to be out on the edge of town. So this brings those Whittier Police right into the core of the city. So this is a good deal for ACS, is a good deal for Girdwood and for the Whittier Police.
So my question to you, Mr. Weddleton, and if you believe they will actually utilize the space and it won't just be vacant, I'll go with you on this one, but it irks me every time I walk into Eagle River and the police substation's empty because we could be renting it out. So I just want to make sure it is going to be a place that's going to be utilized and not just something to hold.
They are really anxious to start using this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele.
Yes, could this be a place that APD could use if they're out working the highway and that type of thing for any short period of time?
Madam Chair, Mr. Steele, not likely. In being up the road in Girdwood proper, this is not likely to be useful for a highway patrol function.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson. I mean, Mr. Flynn, sorry.
I know we look a lot alike.
There you go.
I actually, I think many of you know I spend a fair amount of time in Girdwood and have observed that the Whittier Police Department is very active in their new role in the community, and because their headquarters is through a tunnel and quite a few miles away, I think it's reasonable for them to have a space to operate, and I suspect they'll leverage it. They're doing a nice job of interacting with the community.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Somebody didn't vote.
Jackson, I'm sorry I can't get to that page right now.
Okay, we're having a little bit of an issue, but this item is approved. Do I need to wait? Do I need to wait before I move on?
Do we need to take a break so you can fix it?
Wait 1 second. If we need it, but let's just wait for a minute.
I'm in trouble.
Should we take a break?
Madam Chair, move to take a 5-minute break for technical correction.
Thank you, and can we have a second? Thank you. We're on break for 5 minutes, hopefully. February 28th meeting is now reconvened. We're now at agenda item 14B. The meeting is reconvened, folks. Thank you. We're now at agenda item 14AB, AO 2725, authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A. Well, this is a little bit of a bigger piece of the puzzle in foreclosed properties, and when they liquidate them or market them, they use, and I respect Heritage Land Bank, their real estate department handles it, but what's happening in the municipality is I don't think you're getting good exposure that these assets, as they become municipal assets, are being exposed to the public, that they can come in and purchase these. Now, they used to have a live auction, which is part of the big picture, because I'm an auctioneer, a real estate broker, etc. The tools we have with the internet would give you greater exposure than the real estate department that has a multitude of duties and responsibilities, whereas an auctioneer in the sale of whether it be, in this case, real estate, or you have a sealed bid coming up on scrap metal, or, as I addressed all of you, and the mayor's gone, that you're trying to sell heavy equipment with solid waste, but yet you're not marketing it. You're taking people who have no expertise in that type of marketing and sale, and you end up getting lower prices, and you can even have it come back to bite you because you didn't do due diligence, not only in real estate, but in a regulated utility like solid waste, to protect the ratepayer, that you're getting the maximum price. Now, I think you got enough litigation, and if you really want to develop an infrastructure of jobs, let the private sector do what they're best at and consult with them and be allowed to expose these assets in the most economical fashion. So whether it's guns and evidence, the heavy equipment, that's our expertise. We know the marketing tools, and you should look at that, whether you post it on the website or you put it out to a contractor like myself. Let us do our jobs and do it right.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Actually, I have a question for the real estate department, not for Mr. Alleva.
Well, you want to ask that question during debate then?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions?
No. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. I purchased a property in Anchorage in '87. I purchased the land next door to that property in '89. I've been paying taxes on it ever since. I, unfortunately, in 2013, had a pulmonary embolism and could no longer work. I've got a tax deficit on the property that I own next door to my property. But on the 3rd of October last year, I actually went down after getting a letter in the mail and asked what I needed to do in order to prevent that property going to foreclosure. And they said if I put 25% of the money that I owed down, it would prevent it going to foreclosure. So I immediately went downstairs to Denali Federal Credit Union, got a cashier's check for 25%, came back up and handed it over. On the 3rd of January, I got a letter in the mail telling me that I was now the former owner of the property and that it was going to go to foreclosure anyway. I went back to the place where I paid the money, which was the municipal building across from the Denina Center. They told me they were no longer handling it. I'd have to go by the municipal building, by the APD office out there. I went out there and met with a lady. She said, there's nothing else we can do. I had to come here this evening and kind of explain my case to the assembly. I'm not really sure what to do from here, but nobody will talk to me or get me to the next level. I am liquidating some other property in order to pay the taxes, because obviously this property is right next to my home, so I want to keep it rather than keep the properties that I have. But this all happened within 5 weeks, so I'm kind of at a loss on where I go from here to actually stop the property being foreclosed on. I don't have the entire amount, and I thought that by paying 25% of it, I was covered to take it, out a little bit further to where that I could liquidate some other property and pay the taxes on it. But that doesn't seem to have happened, so I'm not sure where to go from here.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, sir. Can you tell us what is your name or what parcel is yours?
Yeah, my name's Pete Armstrong, and I own the home on 8360 Longhorn, and the parcel is 8340 Longhorn.
Okay, I'm looking for it here.
So it's a residential area on Hillside.
Number 13.
And I've owned it, I bought it outright in 89. So far I've paid triple what I paid for it in property taxes. Not that I mind that, I just, I'm going through a stage right now where I'm not employed because of the pulmonary embolism, so.
Okay, so I'm looking, and your name again?
Is Pete Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong. And
It actually, it's on the first page, and it would be under, I thought it was on the first page. It would be under Pete and Lisa. That's my wife.
What number is it?
I don't have it.
No, I see 13.
Okay,
I don't see
I'm on the. Okay, hang on.
Yes, it's page 2, and it's the third one down.
At the different one. You're looking at the AIM.
We were looking at the wrong list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's on the AIM document that we got, that was laid on the table.
Okay, so Mr. Armstrong, now I got you there. Okay, so there it is. And what are the taxes owed on this property?
Taxes owed right now of $5,333 and change.
Okay, and you had paid how much in that cashier's check?
$1,000.
Okay.
Back then it was $4,000, just over $4,000.
Okay. And when you paid that and you gave the check to who?
I gave it to the lady on, I think it's the 3rd or 4th floor of the municipal building across from the Denina Center.
Treasury.
Treasury. Okay, and who relayed to you again if you paid some portion of it, you would be able to kind of slow this process down?
Well, it wasn't some portion. She said 25%, and I believe the 25% was one full year. And she said if you did that, we could, it wouldn't go to foreclosure this year. So I paid it on the 3rd of October last year, assuming that, great, I've got a little bit more time to liquidate some property to be able to pay the taxes on it.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, when we get to debate, I will have some questions for the administration.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney.
My question's for the administration, ma'am. I'll wait till
Okay, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, we got this additional information this evening that has his name on this thing, and my understanding, should I wait to discuss this? Is what you were going to talk about, Mr. Traney?
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll bring this
Yeah, it's not that I don't want to pay it. It's just that with the speed in time, I was assuming that I have a little bit longer. And now within the last 5 weeks, I've got 3 letters saying that I'm the former owner of the property now.
Okay, well, we have a document in front of us we got this evening that said that list that you're on, Appendix A, has been amended to remove those properties that are in this, and yours is one of these. So apparently yours has been removed from the list.
Not according to the letter that I got 2 days ago. So
this is your lucky day. Happy Mardi Gras.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Can we have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
So did I interpret this correctly? That if the parcels on what we got this evening are taken off the list and are not to be foreclosed on, is that correct?
Wrong. Exact opposite. That's all right.
Mr. Weddleton, through the chair, the list that you received tonight is the revised list for authorization to sell. If this person or any other person's property was taken off, it's still taken by clerk's deed, which was taken in October, so it is under the name of the municipality, but they are still within their time frame to be able to repurchase their property if they pay their taxes and all administrative fees and penalties and interest in full.
Okay, can I try? So they are, if they're on what we got this evening, you no longer seek assembly approval for the sale this evening?
At this time.
At this time.
If
Okay.
there are some compelling reasons, they may have been pulled off. These are the list of properties that we're seeking authority to sell, but we are not obligated to sell. If there are other compelling reasons to pull it off, we have the ability to not sell the properties in April.
Okay, so Mr. Armstrong's, he's got a reprieve, roughly?
Yes, sir. Short reprieve, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn.
Might be wrong.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ward. I think Mr. Weddleton's tried to confuse me, but I'm pretty confident I still understand this. What's on Appendix A are the list of properties you're seeking authorization to sell.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And the earliest you would sell them is April
12th.
12th. So if Mr. Armstrong appeared in front of you with a check for whatever the balance is, say $4,300 or whatever, by April 11, he would retain control of his property.
We would quick claim the property back into his name.
Okay. We generally don't do this, but maybe we should hold this for a few minutes and allow you to consult with municipal council about bifurcating the question and perhaps holding this over for a week to see what arrangements Mr. Armstrong is able to make and see if we need a slightly different time frame for him. Would you mind taking a few minutes offline with municipal attorney and seeing if that's possible?
I will do that, sir, but again, this is authorization to sell, not obligation to sell.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to provide a little aid and comfort here.
Thank you.
If it's possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dombrowski.
Ms. Ward. I know, it's that girl on the right. Okay, so we've done this before where we've found real estate services or some other department. In this case, I think it might be Treasury, and I'm looking to see if anybody's here from Treasury. No. But where the municipality realizes maybe they jumped the gun on a property, and by assembly amendment, we have actually pulled those properties off.
Correct.
And in this particular case, the trouble I have is a constituent, a resident, not one of my constituents, but a resident, approaches the municipality, and somebody at the municipality told them, if you pay 25%, you're going to be taken off this list. They go, they get a check, they give it to the municipality, we accept the check, we cash the check. Did that happen?
It appears so.
And now we still have them on the foreclosure list. Do you see where the problem, the rub is for me?
Ms. Dombrowski, I certainly do.
Okay.
This is one of those compelling cases.
I love where you're going with this. You see, I was gonna, she's saying it's one of those compelling cases to potentially. Oh, I know. I'm optimistic. Go ahead,
Ms.
Robin.
Dombrowski, however, the municipality is still entitled of this property, and the previous owner, and he is a previous owner, would still need to come forward. He is within his time period to repurchase his property until the point that it's sold.
Right.
So if it's not on our sale, that would give him more time to be able to repurchase this property, and we will quitclaim, once everything is paid, quitclaim, deed the property back into his name.
So then my follow-up question to you is, if we were by amendment to pull this one property off, as you said, it would give him a little bit more time, because, I mean, April 11th isn't very far. It's like 6 weeks away. And if he's, going through this process, and he was just told a few months ago that, yeah, you're going to be pulled off the list, I could see how maybe a couple months might help him get the cash to pay. So would you be opposed to us pulling this one off the list to give him a little bit more time?
Certainly not.
Thank you. Madam Chair, with that said, I will make an amendment to remove from the amendment, or from the addendum, property tax parcel 015-191-20-000.
Thank you.
And I think I was pretty clear in my amendment. I think we walked through why I'm doing this one parcel. So thank you.
Right. If I can just make a comment before we go further, okay, because the AIM that we have, it says, accordingly, Appendix A has been amended to remove those properties which the real estate department no longer seeks assembly approval for sale. And the list includes this gentleman's property.
Madam Chair, if I can clarify,
So-
if you go to the original list had 39 parcels. These are the remaining 22 that they are.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mosky. So we have before us an amendment to remove. Do you want to restate your motion, please?
I would love
Thank you.
to. Madam Chair, I would like from the addendum, the AIM 36-2017, Appendix A 2017 foreclosure sale list, I would like to remove tax parcel number 015-191-20-000, Trails End, Block 2, Lot 6A.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. And Mr. Croft, second. Mr. Croft. Okay, thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Falsey, is there a problem from your perspective on what we're going to be doing if this passes?
Through the chair, I'm not sure there is a legal problem. I'm not familiar with the particular circumstances that we are here having described. It may prevent the parcel from actually being sold at an April sale. I will say that the memorandum as it exists prior to the amendment does not require the Real Estate Services Department to sell it at any particular time. It would say that it could be sold at April or at such later time as the Real Estate Department would need. I think we have the Real Estate Department communicating that they are open to working with this property owner, and leave it to the Assembly to determine what to do with that.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele?
Madam Chairman, I would like the administration, either Heritage Land Bank or somebody, to give the owner a date certain that he needs to be back with a check in hand before we will do anything. I know pulling it off is fine, but he may drag his feet, and you may put it back on. And so it would be nice to say, hey, you got a month, you got 2 months, whatever it is, and say, if not, we're going to put it back on. So I would like him to have some assurances from a person to get that done.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. We have before us a proposed amendment by Mr. Bosky to remove the parcel in question from the AIM that was laid on the table. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Is he not there? Okay, thank you. That item is removed. We now have before us the main motion, AO 2017-25. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We're now at agenda item 14AC, AO 2728, an ordinance to increase authority for tenant improvements to the leased premises located at 619 Ship Creek Avenue for the Vote by Mail elections program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14AD, AO 2017-29 to implement voting by mail and make other changes related to the municipal elections. And we also have a substitute version that was on the addendum. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the
Move
body?
to approve the S version, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. I just saw somebody. Who was that?
Madam Chair, I've got an amendment.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Where is your amendment?
I move amendment number 1, and
These two?
it's on page 19, line 10. And it's going to say dated February 22nd, 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Do we have a second already for that?
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote on Mr. Peterson's proposed amendment. That amendment is approved. We now have before us the main motion, AO 2729S, as amended.
Madam Chair, can I get a little clarification?
Certainly.
Mr. Peterson, on your amendment, I had that noted in my, did you mean to put February 22nd on both lines, line 9 and line 10? Or was it?
It was just line 10. And this is on the addendum version, the X
Okay.
version.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mosky. Mr. Peterson? Okay, we now have before us the main motion as amended, AO 2729S. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is, Mr. Mosky, thank you. That item is approved. We now have before us Anchorage Ordinance 2017-30 to add a new chapter to accommodate and regulate the entry of transportation network companies and their services into the Anchorage transportation service market. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Please come to the podium, state your name and spell your last. TNCs. Hello. Hi.
I figured somebody else would beat me to the punch on this, but I guess not. Mark Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N. The reason this is needed, and I know that we're kind of pending state legislation, whether this ordinance can go forward or not. Competition is needed in the taxi cab industry, because without it, then the taxi cab industry cannot improve, cannot have a better quality of service, and that sort of thing. And the other thing is that Uber and Lyft are willing to have any sort of, they're willing to follow all municipal regulations. Now, of course, there is a state bill that says that they don't have to, but that has not passed yet, so we're not going to take the crystal ball and roll with it. They are willing to purchase vehicle for hire permits, which all taxi cab permits should be converted to that. So competition makes an industry better, and I wish my taxi cab permit people would understand this.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Bruce Orton, and I've been involved in the taxi industry.
Can you pull the mic up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
My name's Bruce Orton, and I have been involved in the taxi industry at various times since 1975 in the municipality of Anchorage. Anchorage has a rather unique situation where you have people coming in from all over the state, from native villages. You have immigrants from other countries, which do not have a situational credit backing. In other words, people like Uber and Lyft work on a credit card basis. They already have your number. That's one of the reasons they can suddenly up the rate 400%, which is very strange if you're regulating things, which things have been regulated here for years. But they can do it. They call it surge pricing. But you have people that do not have credit cards coming into town all the time from the native villages, from other countries, people that are just in a lower economic level at some time or other who are paying cash. And none of those people will be getting rides with these services. In other words, these services are basically cherry picking the higher rated credit and leaving what's left to a taxi industry, which has always been able to subsidize the people at the lower end by getting money from the people at the higher end, where it's a more diverse economic situation for the cabs. If that is removed, you're going to have quite a few people from the villages that come in and everything else that are not going to be able to get service at all anymore, because the cab industry will not survive simply by serving them with that kind of situation. It's very different in Anchorage, Alaska from New York City or somewhere like that. We have a state which is 1/5 the size of the entire United States, and there are people coming in that from other countries and whatever that hardly even know English, and they're going to hand somebody some money, and that's it. The cab industry has the burden of the regulations, and if Uber and Lyft are going to follow all the regulatory procedures, they're still going to be out there just taking the higher end customers. And that's going to leave a big hole. There's going to be an economic and a racial divide which occurs automatically. And I'm wondering if the Anchorage Assembly is willing to subsidize a 24/7 shuttle service for all those people, which will still be out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Jackson. My name is Jeff Hasley. I've been a chauffeur licensed in the municipality of Anchorage for about 6 years. I've been in Alaska since 1982. I worked a couple Saturdays ago, 12-hour shift, $66 after my expenses. Take taxes out of that, that's less than minimum wage. You got these shuttle buses at these hotels. Used to just go from the hotel, airport, hotel. Now they're going to Walmart. They're going to the train depot. Lord knows you flip them a few bucks, they'll bring you wherever you want to go. The new Quiana housing used to be our biggest stand, ANMC, Alaska Native Medical Center. They now built a new Quiana housing for 200 more people. So instead of picking them people up around the hotels around town, they're right there. We're losing that business. I'm not questioning any, I believe you all are professional, intellectual individuals, but it is a delusional thought if you think we need Uber and Lyft here and another 20 cabs per year for the next 5 years. I have a family to feed. I busted my butts. I have worked logging, cannery, construction, automotive, restaurant. Yeah, sure, there's days we make 100, 150 after expenses. Take taxes off that, it's still not like we're making a killing out there. We do not need any more competition. There are more people left Alaska last year than moved here. We're in a recession for the next 3 years. When I first started, people were paying with cash, 80%. It's opposite now. People are paying credit. People are broke. I got an old boy, he's got $10. He's a mile away or so from work. I said, just give me your $10, young man. I'm not going to have you lose your job over a $10 bill. Or a couple extra dollars I would have made. You know, I'm not going to make your boss cuss you out or, you possibly lose your job. We don't need any more competition here.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Ms. Jackson. Have a good evening.
You too. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joelle Hall. I'm here tonight representing the Alaska AFL-CIO. I know that most of you have received a note that we wrote. I just want to go on the record and say that we view TCNs as employers who misclassify their workers. So we oppose TCNs as a business model. We understand that this ordinance tonight would be to take place should SB 14 or HB 132 pass the legislature in Juneau. So you're taking a wait and see state. You're setting up the structure by which you could regulate this industry should it pass. I would like to to say that I really hope, and I'm very committed to making sure that you are the body that regulates this industry, not the state of Alaska. Should this industry be able to do business in the state of Alaska by complying with Alaska law, by whatever means they're going to be able to accomplish that by, I really, really hope you are the body that regulates that industry. So I want to volunteer our services to help you fight the preemption bill. The preemption pieces in HB 142 and SB 114, that is very dangerous. And the conditions that the individual is speaking about with credit cards is a really classic example. That's a really good example of an Anchorage-specific thing that we may need to decide to change because it doesn't actually suit our economy and our travelers and our internal Alaska movement that you may want to regulate at the municipal level. We are opposed to the idea of this business being here. We will fight that in battle in Juneau. But we are here to help, and we are here to help make sure that you are the regulators should they prevail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Steele.
Yes. Well, so are you saying you would like us to pass this as a preemptive measure, and then we can straighten it out afterwards, or are you saying that we ought to postpone it and come back with a modified version? What's your proposal?
I am not a lawyer. So what I'm going to tell you is that there's two bills moving through Juneau which could radically change the business that you are intending to regulate with this ordinance.
Yeah.
So the question before us is this sufficiently vague to be able to manage whatever's going to come down the pike to you? If that is the case, then is that the best ordinance? Because it's sufficiently vague as to be able to take whatever they're going to send you. I understand the impulse to try to get some ahead of the ball, ahead of the game. That's nice. It's very admirable that you would want to get ahead of the game, but I would just state that perhaps we don't really know what's coming at us.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amber McDonald. I actually wasn't here for this ordinance tonight. I'm just an everyday user of the taxis and Uber. And one of the previous people that were up here mentioned a comment that really sort of irked me. I am Alaska Native. My family is from Kodiak. I served on the Kodiak board for years. I know my constituents, and that was probably one of the most narrow-minded comments that I've heard in a long time, that the people from our villages don't have credit cards. Please, are you kidding me? How do you think they got here? They didn't walk up to the Alaska Airlines counter with their cash. So I just wanted to point out that taxis have a monopoly in this city. Uber is awesome. If you've been to other places, Lyft is awesome. Let's give the people of Anchorage some variety. And I'm sorry if that's going to tap into their monopoly and it might upset some people, but think about the broader picture and what you are actually limiting all of your constituents the opportunity to experience by not giving Uber and other people the opportunity to come into our city and do business. If you want to regulate the prices and not allow them to jack up the prices, then put a cap on it. Say, yeah, sure, we'll let you in, we'll give you a shot, but this is what you can charge. The people that are coming here that can't speak English, those are our taxi drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, so I have to follow that one. All right, David Neese, I'm speaking for myself and probably for Alaska Policy Forum too. We believe in the free market. You created a monopoly when you handed out medallions. You've had the monopoly in place. You have a challenger for the monopoly now. I have used both Lyft and Uber in my travels. It's not available in Anchorage. So the problem that you have created for yourself is that by making the medallions something of value, and then by turning around and making the medallions something of no value, you've changed the currency of transportation in Alaska. If you are going to open the door for Uber and Lyft and not wait for the legislature again, then you probably going to be visiting this again. And much like expanding this last year, and then having it in front of the voters this spring, you will probably have this measure in front of the voters next spring if you act on it tonight. You have to come up with some kind of fair compensation for the people that have the medallions that you, the city, said has values. You have not instituted any kind of tax on the handing off of them. You have not followed up to see. I worked at the airport. I worked with people that worked at the airport, turned around, drove a cab. They had to lease the hours they had in that cab. Sometimes they didn't make any money. It cost them money to drive the cab. So a fairness balance in this is if you are going to create an industry that's going to compete with the other industry, you better think about what your compensation for that other industry, the monopoly you created, how are you going to take care of that fairness? So I don't know. You made this knot. Untie it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Agnes Farmer, Farmer, chauffeur number 8588. I am an Inupiaq Eskimo, single mother, raising my children in Anchorage. I was born here. I am uneducated, and I am able to support my family by driving a cab without the use of welfare or public housing. I choose to do this instead of making $10 an hour somewhere and using food stamps to supplement my income. And I work my butt off to do it. Last year, I paid $33,000 in leases. That is a contribution to my economy rather than a drain. That money stayed local right here in Anchorage to my local permit owner. The proposal that a TNC would only pay $15,000 is an insult to me and my $33,000 that I paid in leases. A TNC's 20% of the profit would be going out of the state, hemorrhaging our money into the lower 48. And so I do not see why we would want to do that when we could keep our money local here during a recession. I put my money where my mouth is when it comes to service here in Anchorage. I provide service, safe service to the beautiful people here, and I transport children to and from school every day because this is not just a gig to me. It's my profession, and it's how I feed my children. I'm very invested in this.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jackie Ransom, RANSOM. I would encourage you to table this ordinance at this time. As the gentleman said before, and even the neighborhood, we have come to you in front of you numerous times at the safety committee meetings, at the work sessions. It was voted down by the 2008 by the whole city about raising the cabs, and the TNC now, the cab industry is under attack by 3 different areas, 2 with the city and 1 with the state. These are small business people that put their heart and their time and their money in this neighborhood and this city. They work 12-hour shifts, 6 and 7 days a week. And with the recession coming on, the ACEs are closing, the restaurants are closing. You're going to add more cabs, throw in Uber to take the cream off the top that helps us maintain our businesses. And you're not even sure that the state's going to take it out of your hands. This is a fruitless labor here. Why not wait until after the state decides what it's going to do? Because you might not even have a choice. And we're just spinning our wheels again. And here we come. We'll be before you again testifying. The drivers that are on night shift right now just spent 4 hours spinning their wheels waiting to tell you how important this is to them about not having Uber, not having cameras in Uber. That fire that was at Royal Suites, all the taxis have cameras, and everybody in that area was called in to pull their chips to help solve that crime. We give to the community. We have safeguards that the community has required from us, even though some of us had already put those cameras in our cars before it was required. Anytime there's a shooting, the cabs in the area are called in and those camera chips are pulled in. There's a reason for those requirements. TNC will not put cameras in their cars. TNC will not, they have surge pricing. TNC will not abide by any of the local safeguards that this body has put in and that we pay time and money to enforce for the safety of the community. It makes a very big difference whether a TNC abides by the rules that you as an organization and that us as a community require for our safety and for our transportation needs. To let an outside company come in and change that or ignore that is a shame.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Adam Hagassi, and I'm a cab driver in town.
Can you spell your last name, please, sir?
H-A-G-A-U-Z-Y, my first name Adam, A-D-A-M.
Thank you, sir.
It's funny that I lived in quite a few Arab countries, and the question is asked, how do correct our situation here? And each one will tell you, we screw us some more. What you have here, the tax industry is dying. The tax industry have no juice in it anymore. And you are trying to put more taxes when something is dying. It doesn't make any sense. It does not. If you are trying to solve a problem, that's not how we solve it. How? By already there is no juice in it, and you're trying to add more taxes so you can solve a problem. Which business could it come from? Where? Where? Please, just I need an answer. Where do you come from? The taxi industry is absolutely dying, and you're going to ask someone to solve the problem. God helps America. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Kevin Rustin. I'm a cab driver. I'm beginning to get a begrudging respect for Mr. Evans' tenacity. But once again, I'd like to probably wonder what's the rush? I'd say we're probably at this point of bypassing our advisory boards. The Americans with Disabilities Act Board, Transportation Board, Public Safety Board, to pass something that those people that are on those boards, hopefully they're not advisory in name only. This ordinance should be presented to them for the input and the type of people that would show up at those meetings and the type of questions that they would ask in their demands. We're completely bypassing it. And that shows a real lack of transparency in what government should be. As many people as there are here, there clearly are issues that those boards address that aren't going to be addressed here tonight. We have 2 minutes. We're all pleading for our lives from the gallows here, but TNCs are not. I'll agree with that union rep. They are not a good business model. They're a failed business model. The belief that markets are going to solve all the social problems that might be associated with transportating people of all different races, colors, incomes, and to expect that a business leader in this industry that has an F rating with the Better Business Bureau is something that we want to switch over to is a little unbelievable. You're treating the owners of these permits like kulaks. Most of these people worked hard for what they had to pay for, and now you take it away because you feel that they might be slightly richer than somebody else. It was through hard work and thrift that most of those people purchased those permits. And that was a system that was set up by this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee. Larriv is the victory. EE, I'm the second, so that makes me number 2. I'm in support of the cab drivers because, after all, they had to bid for these special license, and they spent a lot of money. I was talking to somebody that spent $70,000 for a license, and the playground is not equal. We give Uber and Lyft one set of rules. We give the cab drivers another set of rules. Let's make the ground level. Let's make it so that Lyft and Uber have to fork out so much money, maybe to the muni. That would help on property taxes. And go from there. And I like those cameras in the car. I think that makes me feel really, really secure and safe. They have to do the same thing. I want equal grounds. I want equal level field. And if they're going, and now here's another thing. When they do get it, if we do knock the taxis out and they get it, they win, Lyft and Uber win, what's going to stop them from just saying, oh, you want us to pay fines and you want us to follow all these regulations? And we're going to pull out and you won't have any public transportation. What's going to stop them from doing that? There's a lot of things to think about this. We got to tread careful. But I'm for equal grounds and I'm for the cab drivers. And God bless them.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bob Ransom. I've driven cabs since 1979 in Anchorage, off and on. And I'm for the cab drivers, too. But I'd just like to say I would like you to table this until the state decides what to do on their end. And then the city can decide what regulations they want to do. And as an operator, we're not against competition. We're against unfair competition. The TNCs won't be regulated the same way. As far as I see in other places, they're allowed to do a lot of things that the cabs are held real stringent to do, and that was why Title 11 was first written. It's for the safety of the public. And the TNCs, you can just look online all the time. There's a lot of issues, you know. It's not just with the cameras. I did have cameras in my cabs before it was mandated, and they are a very, very good tool. Robberies are down. Complaints about drivers are proven to be false a lot of times. And as far as unfair playing field, if you're gonna allow the TNCs, you might as well just get rid of the whole deal and not have us required to be belonging to a dispatch service, which costs $800 to $1,000 a month fees. We got commercial insurance that costs up to $7,300 a month for just liability for each cab, for each car on the road, and maintenance costs. There's all kinds of costs that the taxi industry has, and that's why our fares are higher, and it's because of mandated regulations. So if you're going to allow the TNCs, we might as well just deregulate it completely, and you know, then it'll be an even playing field. But as it's going to be, it's not right. Back in '77, my father-in-law bought a permit for $55,000. The last one has sold for less than $50,000, I was told. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told. And a few of them I do know were sold for $75,000, which is half of what they were going for just a couple of years ago. So you've already eroded that base, but that's not the main complaint. The main complaint is the drivers are going to get hurt the worst. The night shift will be completely decimated. All these guys from Uber will come from their regular job, jump in their private cars at night, and drive the prime hours on the night shift, and the night guys will be broke. There won't be a night shift. We'll be probably single shift in these cabs. That's the only solution I can see that's going to come with this. Because the night drivers, why drive a cab for $5 an hour? They'll all go drive for Uber or Lyft and make more money. I mean, it's economics, you know, and it's because there's an uneven playing field. And until you can write an ordinance that makes it even, it's not right. But I really encourage you just to table this until the state decides what they're going to do, because I don't know how they're going to get around the ADA or, you know, requirements with the government. They don't service handicapped people, and that's a big issue right in itself. You know, we're required to do that. We have multiple vehicles.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, my name's Jagjit Paul Minhas, M-I-N-H-A-S. I didn't really expect to speak today, but I just, want to give my support to the cab drivers, because my dad, 2 uncles, and grandfather were all cab drivers. And I think, if Uber and Lyft do come, it should be an even playing field. A lot of the money isn't going back to Alaska, it's going back to their head offices, which is in San Francisco, I think. So yeah, they should have cameras at least, and it should, be equal. They shouldn't have an advantage that we're not going to give to the local people who, as people said, paid a lot for the privilege to drive a cab in this city. And just kind of on a more personal thing, I was kind of offended by with that lady who was offended by someone saying that Native Alaskans don't have credit cards, and then saying that the cab drivers are the immigrants that don't speak English, because yeah, they are, and that's my whole family, and they're the reason me, my brother, and my 2 sisters are able to go to college, and that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Yes, hello, Dave O'Malley, and I just want to say we could do something monumental here tonight, and that's really end this whole circus once and for all. I hope we do. And the cab industry is not dying, it's evolving. Cab drivers are not going to be out of work, they just have more options. And the whole thing's ridiculous. Uber is a positive, Uber, Lyft, and the whole thing is a positive for the municipality, for the customers, and for the drivers. More opportunities, no ridiculous artificial overheads. Anybody get involved, no matter, it's cab drivers in Uber and Lyft, 90% of them. Well, basically, it would have been the same thing. Cab industry has such a big overhead, there's very few drivers that drive a year. So we're not losing jobs. It's a big overhead in cab. They stay a couple months and they leave. They're gone. They don't come back. It's a positive, and I hope you understand that. I know you do. We went through it twice, 8-3 vote each time. Let's have it again. I guess Mr. Starr is gone, so it'll be 7-3, hopefully, or maybe even 10-0. But let's vote to get it in, get things going. It will show the state that we need Uber, we need Lyft, and our tourism industry is going to be outstanding this year. Everybody's 401k, most of them are seniors. They travel. It's all booked up. We should be ready for them this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
My name is James Milton. I'm retired.
Can you wait until you get to the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you, sir. Good evening.
My name is James Milton. I'm retired. I do drive cab. Not all the time, but I do drive cab. But from what I'm understanding here is that Uber is going to come up with the same regulations that we have as cab drivers? Is that correct or is that incorrect?
Sir, please finish your testimony. Thank you.
As far as I know, Uber doesn't go out and get background checks so that you can have child molesters driving your kids around. You can have a rapist driving your wife and your daughter. You never know what's going to happen. They don't pay the $2,000 a car that the taxi industry pays every year for the permits that they have. They don't have to go out and get a health check, so you can have somebody driving your car that has high blood pressure and passes out and kills the people in it. I'd like to know if they're going to be required to do this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amberly, last name Redzepi, R-E-D-Z-E-P-I. And I just would like
Could
to
you
know...
move closer to the mic so we can hear you? Thank you.
I just would like to know as well, are we going to hold Uber and Lyft to the same standard that you guys are holding us? For example, we have to do drug testing. Number 2, we have to get physical. Number 3, we have to go national database printing background check. Vehicles that are they're identified. For example, yellow cab, checker cab. For 5, we're required to have cameras on our vehicles. Inspections every 6 months. Commercial. Insurance. And then pricing. Are the pricing going to be the same for Uber as it is for us? For example, we know from point A, point B, for example, if a person took a cab today, let's say from earlier, we're talking about 11th and Cordova, when we're listening to a testimony. If I take a cab from 11th and Cordova, let's say go to the airport, on a given day, we know how much the fare is going to be. Let's say, for example, I took a cab at 2 o'clock, it's going to cost, let's say, $17. Well, if an Uber, for example, or let's say roughly, if I took a cab at 5 o'clock, it might cost maybe $1, depending on the traffic. Well, if you took Uber, for example, it may cost you $17 at 2 o'clock, but if you take Uber at 5 o'clock, it may cost you $30 because of the traffic. So they have a price charge. So how are we going to handle that? And lastly, maintaining records. We're required to keep records of everything. Our trips, are they going to be allowed to, are they going to be required to keep records just like we do on a given day? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Derek Musto. I am here representing Teamsters Local 959 today. While there's been a number of good points that have been brought up tonight, one of the issues that I would like to bring up is worker misclassification. One of the things that has not been discussed is that Uber was here a number of years ago. They were fined and they left. And they left because they didn't want to be considered employees. What I do not see in Assemblymember Evans's bill or ordinance in front of us is something that addresses that issue, nor am I aware of that being addressed currently in Juneau. So however we move on this, the Teamsters are supportive of industry. We partner with industry on a regular basis. However, what we want to see is proper classification so we do not allow bad actors to further come into our state and erode the benefits that we currently have. I'd like for you to take this into consideration tonight and to take this into consideration as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Susie Smith, taxi permit owner, operator. First, I would like to also encourage you guys to table this ordinance. As you are aware, it is something that's being looked at the state level, and if the state level passes it, it will supersede this ordinance. So it is kind of a spinning your wheels kind of thing. But if you do want to look at this ordinance, and I would say there's plenty of things to recommend. Many of you have talked to me and said you want, if you were to encourage an Uber or Lyft to come to town, that you want it to be a fair and level playing field. And I think that's fine and all, but looking at this ordinance, I think there's some room for improvement to make that happen. Safety is number one. I think, you need to look at the fact that they need to be fingerprinted background checks. We need to have cameras in the cars. I'm looking at this ordinance and it says that they can have marijuana in their systems. Taxi drivers can't have marijuana in their systems. The insurance needs to be comparable. Let's look at the fee that we're talking about giving a multi-billion-dollar company. We're asking them to give a $15,000 a year fee to the city. That's an insult to the taxpayers in this community. Our taxi industry gives the city somewhere close to, well, it's over $400,000. It's close to $500,000, to be honest, when it's all said and done. And you want an out-of-state company that's worth billions to pay $15,000, that's just laughable, okay? If you want to be comparable, if you want it to be a fair level playing field, let's talk fair and play it. Let's get it fair and let's play. But let's be fair. We cannot be competing with this kind of stuff. So I encourage you guys to look at this strongly. The safety is number one for me and for our community. But also as a taxpayer, the fee's a big deal too.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Timothy Hewitt, and I'd like to speak to the diversity of the taxi drivers in our city. Our mayor often talks about diversity and how much he's concerned about that. We're one of the most diverse group of workers in this city. There's 135 cultures in our city and 100 languages spoken, and many of those are represented in the taxi industry. If you guys pass this ordinance along with these additional taxis, you're going to be affecting major amounts of cultures in this city. Many of these people are struggling to make it. They're new to our country, and this is an unfair ordinance. The taxi ordinance was unfair. This is a city of diversity. We care about all these people, and we should look out for them and embrace them. This is social work. We help grandma with her groceries. We pick up the homeless at Brother Francis. We do a lot of things that you don't see. I encourage everybody on this assembly to ride with us and see what this is really about. This is more than just a guy driving around in a yellow or orange cab. We're a big part of this city. I had a lady today with a dying dog first thing this morning that I had to take to pet emergency and had to comfort her all the way and pray with her. This isn't just what you think it is. This is a big part of our city. This is an important group of people. And you're going to hurt their livelihood and cause a lot of social problems if these things go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Steele, and yeah.
I move to table to the first meeting in May.
You mean postpone?
Postpone.
To the first meeting in...
Postpone.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to pick Mr. Evans anyway. Yeah. Mr. Steele, can you withdraw your motion for the time being, please? Thank you. Are you going to withdraw it for the time being? I would like Mr. Evans, who's the author of this ordinance, to speak first, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, and the second, please withdraw. Thank you very much. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually going to move to postpone action on this item until our next meeting on March 7th. I had spoken to the chair of the Transportation Committee, who indicated there might be some interest in some assembly members putting forward amendments, and this would give them the time to do that after hearing from the public. So I was going to move to postpone to March 7th.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Evans and Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Dombrowski, did you want to speak? You're in the queue.
I was, but I was just getting feisty with Mr. Steele.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I'd like to substitute an amendment to have it appear on May 9th. We've got a busy schedule coming in front of us. I'd rather move it into May and deal with it then.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar on Mr. Trainee's proposed amendment? It's a secondary amendment, so it'll go first, but anyway.
Okay, so I was perhaps going to make a tertiary amendment.
I'm not sure about that, but...
So I guess I'll start by saying I think May 9th is far too late. I think we should vote on this while Mr. Evans is still on the body, since it is his ordinance. But I was going to speak to Mr. Evans' point. I think I would like to schedule another Transportation Committee meeting, and I think we could do it before March 21st, that meeting there. And I just wanted to ask you if that was too late for your purposes and in your feeling. I thought we had 2 weeks. I miscalculated. I didn't realize it was 1 week until our next meeting. So I'm going to speak in opposition to Mr. Trainee's now motion to move to May 7th or May 9th and propose that we move it to March 21st. Which will allow us time to have another Transportation Committee meeting and to propose amendments, but not push it out till a time after which Mr. Evans is no longer on the body. So, Madam Chair, do we need to vote on the secondary amendment first before I propose
make
that?
A substitute amendment, Mr. Dunbar.
Well,
so I'd like
Mr. Flynn.
What's that, Madam Chair?
I was thanking Mr. Flynn for his 2 cents. Ms. Dombowski?
Did anybody second forces?
Can you hold off a moment? The clerk has a question. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm not sure if their motions work, but I'm not going to challenge it tonight. Okay. Mr. Dunbar, you need a second for your motion.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Evans is next in the queue.
No, my name was just...
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go too far, I need I can't talk. It's getting late. Mr. Dunbar to restate his motion because there's too much talking. I couldn't hear it.
So I'm making a motion to postpone until March 21st.
Roger that. I will just kind of second what Mr. Dunbar was saying. Politically speaking, when they try to move it to May, it's because they don't want Mr. Evans to vote on it. But let me back up a little. This is Mr. Evans. This is his ordinance. I would like for him to have a substantive part of the discussion, and I would submit to every member of this body, Mr. Evans has more experience in transportation because he served on the Transportation Commission before he was on this body. So he's gone through multiple taxi ordinances. He's gone through multiple convenience and necessity hearings. He's gone through a lot of these different topics. And I know that because I've sat in some of those hearings when he was on the Transportation Commission. And I think that knowledge would be helpful for the body to at least consider. I'm not saying you have to agree with them. I'm just saying to consider. So I'll support Mr. Dunbar's motion to bring it back March 21st. With the full intent of having Mr. Evans participate because I think it would help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Before we go any further, Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, in deference to you, I will withdraw my motion on May 7th, ma'am.
And can the second please withdraw their motion? The second? Whoever.
Tim.
Thank you.
I don't want to withdraw it, but...
well, would you just do it anyway?
He's already withdrawn his. So he's withdrawn the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. The motion before us, the secondary motion before us is Mr. Dunbar's motion to postpone action until the meeting of March 21st. And there was a second. Mr. Steele and Mr. Evans, would you like to speak on the motion?
I would.
Mr. Steele.
With due deference to Mr. Evans, he can't testify whether he's on this body or not because there will be public hearing on it. But my point is, let's put it out far enough so we can see what the state's going to do. And I think that's a valid point. So that's my point.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I somewhat disagree with all the nice comments about things I know or don't know. I don't believe this should be scheduled around whether I can vote on it or not, to be honest with you. I put it out there. I think it's a good idea. It's not about me. So I wouldn't use that for a reason to set the date on this, nor do I believe that I bring any much more information to this debate than anybody else. You've heard these guys testify a number of times about this issue and related issues, so I think we're all pretty much on the same page. That being said, I do think there is perhaps political reasons why people might want it delayed. There's an election. There's members of the body that are up for election may not want to vote on this and have the people of Anchorage know whether they supported Uber or not before their election. So I think it is important to get this done before the election so people can use that for a basis for who they're voting for. And that being said, I think March 21st is an ample time to get this accomplished, and so I strongly support March 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not so sure that March 21st is going to be enough time or not. I think the legislature is going to be down there a while this year, but we can see if they've got anything accomplished by March 21st as far as the TNC legislation is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Before I go to Mr. Dunbar, the fact of the matter is if we vote to postpone it to March 21st, we get to March 21st, we have the authority to postpone it again. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You made half of the point I was about to make. That's a very good one. Thank you. That if we get to March 21st and things have changed in Juneau and we feel like we need to postpone, we'll postpone again. But I'll point out that we just voted on something, the transparency ordinance, where we said we're not going to wait for Juneau because we have no faith in them and what they're going to do or not do. So that doesn't determine whether or not we take action here on this body. Let's discuss it. Let's have a transportation committee meeting. And then let's do what we did in the last ordinance we just voted on and do it ourselves on the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the motion. I will support it. I presume the maker of the motion didn't know I wouldn't be here for the March 21 meeting, so no one's going to know what I think. But I do think this is a challenging issue, and a little more time to work on is appropriate. I'll tell you, my colleagues, what I've told others, and what I told their state lobbyists. My first contact with Uber was their lobbyist, their representative from, I think, Phoenix or Tempe, lying to my face. So whatever we come up with better be pretty prescriptive if we want them to act in a manner that we think is appropriate for our market. So I don't know that we've nailed it here. I don't know if we can do enough to get it there, but it's certainly worth the effort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Traney.
I'll vote to postpone this till the 21st, but I've got no faith in the state legislature at all when I see them kowtowing down to Uber and trying to change the state law how we define an employee so they can let Uber come into our state. It wasn't the city of Anchorage that wouldn't let Uber. It was Uber refusing to conform to determine what their employees were. Quite frankly, the taxi industry did everything we've asked them to as an assembly. I remember we mandated TV cameras in the taxis. The industry was not happy with it, but you've adopted it, and now it works for you. And I really worry about the changes we made to the criminality to make sure nobody's got a criminal record that's driving a taxi cab. We check them. Uber doesn't want to do that. Uber doesn't want to conform to anything that would be good for this city. So, in fact, if the legislature passes this exemption and preempts this, it's not going to be good for the citizens of Anchorage. You may get a cheaper cab ride or more expensive. It depends on surge pricing. They could change their scenario so if it snows, it's surge pricing time. We don't need that in this town. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Thank you. We have before us a motion to postpone action until the March 21st meeting. We have a first and a second. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is postponed until March 21st. We are now at agenda item 14AF, AO 2017-31, an ordinance relating to record keeping and reporting requirements and other requirements for scrap metal dealers and dealers of precious metals. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Please come to the podium, state your name, and spell your last. Good evening.
Hello. Hi, my name is Stephen Cook, last name C-O-O-K. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about this ordinance. It's very concerning to me. Sorry. This is completely unprecedented. We've never seen anything like this from any city anywhere else, unless I can be corrected on that. I believe the attorney in the Rules Committee with the city said this is pretty out there, legally, I think is what he used. That's very concerning to me and to my business, specifically to the gold business. These seem to be two different ordinances. It seems as though this ordinance was originally drafted to fight with scrap dealers, scrap metal, copper, things of that nature. That's what's cited here with the cases of the thefts. And it seems as though precious metals guys kind of got thrown into the mix of that towards the end somewhere. I don't know when that happened, but at some point, precious metals guys got thrown in. The problem that I see is, even if we're getting people's pictures, their license plate, we've got all this extra documentation and all this extra time and energy that goes into this, it's not going to curb that crime. People are still going to find a way to get rid of stolen goods. People that are stealing things are still going to steal things, and they're still going to try and sell them. You have Craigslist, you have Facebook, you've got Let It Go, you've got a million different websites that you can remain completely anonymous and sell whatever it is that you want to sell without any paper trail, without any oversight, without paying taxes, having a brick and mortar, providing a service to the community. We work in a market that's got incredibly tight margins, and maybe that we're foolish for being in that business, but it's the business that we chose. At the end of the day, our tight margins would not allow us to do a 30-day hold. It's not possible. For a 24-hour hold, for that matter, it just doesn't make sense. When gold walks into our store, we're looking to sell that gold as quick as humanly possible because we bought it on a moving market. We bought a commodity for a price that is that price today, and it will only remain that price for that second, and then it's going to change again. So we immediately try and liquidate that material as quick as possible. We just can't keep it. It's not in the business plan. We're often linked in this to pawn shops, and what I don't understand with that is I couldn't be more different than a pawn shop. A pawn shop's business structure is I do a loan for someone, I receive collateralized goods, I hold those goods for 30 days so they can fulfill their terms of the loan. We don't do loans. I don't want to do loans. I want to buy gold and I want to sell gold. I want to buy silver and I want to sell silver from people who have the right to sell that gold and silver, not from criminals. I can't tell you how many times we've called the police in our store, just me and my business partner. What do? We got him right here. Well, it's not an emergency, just, send them on their way or try and get their name and whatnot. We really don't have time for that. And I totally understand that they're understaffed. I get it. But this isn't going to help them do their job any better, in my opinion. What's going to help them do their job better is, I'm out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Ronald Leva. I'm the auctioneer, actually the contractor for the city. And again, I mentioned with foreclosures, this ordinance will double in burden the city with tracking their evidence. If I put out evidence on my website and it has a picture of it, and someone in Kenai says, hey, those are my tools, I'm stuck. Even if it came from representing, I got it from the police, of course it's stolen, and then, or lost and found. But it's so encompassing that it would be an absolute nightmare for the city to track all the evidence that I'm selling, because if it got stolen in the valley, stolen in Fairbanks, Kenai, and it does occur. And when they come down to say it's stolen, prove to me it's stolen, I'll hold it. They can't do that unless they have a police report. then I got to tell you who the consignor is. You got to prosecute him. He's got to be convicted, and then you can release the tools. But if someone else bought it, how do I give them their money back? It's a real cluster, and you're getting in way over your head with this paperwork. It's not going to work. And as I described the downhole tubing that got stolen from me that was identified, had the check, had her state ID written on the back, had her at the camera cashing the check for selling stolen goods, there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute. But for me to get back my tubing, I had to pay Schnitzer for it. And then they release it because the thief wasn't convicted. So it's really rough. And the city, another piece of the puzzle, is about to sell some scrap metal. Again, they're going to do it themselves. So guess what? Track yourselves that all that stuff wasn't stolen and keep those records for 10 years, because then you get a feeling of how we feel. But if you gave me that scrap, I know how to sell it. I know where it came from. It'd be a lot cleaner. I know who to market it to. And the city would save themselves not only a big headache, but get a better rate of return. So it's just another piece of this puzzle. I think you're confusing the issue when you bring auctioneers in, and hey, you don't want to go there. So if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. There are none. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. You all look great. This is Lance Ahern, A-H-E-R-N.
Why don't you just pull the mics up so you don't have to? Yeah.
I'm so used to bidding up for this thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Just really wanted to ask one question. Typically, when this kind of ordinance is prepared, there's a C, a statement of economic effects. And I just had a question about if there was a cost that had been identified for the city for what it would take to implement this.
Please continue your testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question, but thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. Now I got to lower this one. Thank you. For the record, my name is Alicia Sierra, S-I-I-R-A, and I am the Deputy Director of the Alaska Miners Association. AMA appreciates the opportunity to provide testimony today. The Alaska Miners Association is a professional trade association established in 1939 to represent the mining industry in Alaska. We are statewide with more than 1,500 members that come from 8 statewide branches from Nome to Ketchikan, and our headquarters and our staff are based in Anchorage, plus many of our members that are here today. We represent the large mining operations in Alaska, but we also represent the small family-run placer mines and businesses in the vendor and contracting sector that support the mining industry. I have the opportunity to attend the February 24th meeting of the Assembly Rules Committee, where you heard numerous questions and concerns from Alaskan businesses that buy and sell metals in Anchorage. And today I provide comments on their behalf, and as well as on behalf of the small-scale gold miners that rely on them to generate revenue. Gold produced at Alaska's placer mining operations is sold at these assaying and refining businesses, and the gold is the product being unidentifiable and subject to the day's commodity prices, as Steve mentioned before. Accordingly, these sales don't fit the bill of requirements placed on pawn shops with identifiable sales and purchases, such as jewelry. So the requirements outlined in this ordinance are likewise inappropriate and unnecessary for placer, doré, and bullion metal sales from our members. So some of the specific concerns that we have relating to this ordinance are the 30-day hold on precious metals. Selling gold to a buyer is no different than a currency exchange. Miners should be able to rely on a predictable sales price and at the time of the sale, and the buyer should as well. So a 30-day hold opens up the seller and buyer to 30 days of commodity price swings that could vary substantially from the day of the sale. One of the other concerns that we have with the 30-day hold is a safety concern. So requiring metal buyers to keep records of what they buy and from whom, and to require the buyers to manage the product on site for 30 days. And we're not talking, a small gold chain. I mean, we can be talking about millions of dollars in gold bricks, And it's downright dangerous and exposes the buyer and the seller to extremely high risks of robbery targets, which is a huge concern of ours, and I'm sure of the municipality of Anchorage. And the third concern that we have are the record-keeping requirements. So many mine gold sellers and buyers doing business in Anchorage have been doing so for decades and have established relationships with each other built on trust and honesty. Requiring a customer that has walked through your door for 25 years to submit identification and private details of the extraction of a metal, a precious mineral, is intrusive and will not combat crime, as the ordinance proposes to do. Not only is this requirement tedious for the buyer, but it compromises the anonymity of the seller.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Hi, guys. You all know I'm Tony Goodrich, Godrich, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight because I think that we've kind of gotten an understanding through the Rules Committee meeting on Friday, some education that we were able to kind of give some new information, and so I believe there's going to be a substitute ordinance presented and voted on at a later date. And so I didn't really want to speak tonight because I'd rather address an ordinance that we're going to really talk about that might be passable. And I've learned a lot in the last 3 weeks about working with the municipality. And it's funny, after 50 years of living here, what I didn't know. But usually I know what I don't know. But in this case, I didn't. I know a lot about working on the state and federal level, working with 16 different regulatory agencies, and having the largest gold business in Alaska. We've been serving Anchorage and the whole state for 36 years. And we've been down this road with the Muni several times, as you all know. And it's just been really interesting. Anyway, however, I've had, I believe, a successful dialogue with assembly members and the municipal attorney's office, and the only frustration that I've endured has been with APD, which is kind of a huge sadness for me because I have worked so hard with them to help them for 36 years. So I'm really disappointed in the way I've been treated by them as a business owner and a citizen. But other than that, I think we've done a good job working through a lot of stuff so far. And so I just want to continue on that path. And police chiefs from 1980 till now rave about Oxford. And the police chief that was here for a few minutes earlier can't bother to return my call for 3 weeks, and was kind of insulting when I introduced myself. So I don't know where we're at with ABD right now. I'm a little sad about that, obviously. And I'm a girl, so I cry. There's one thing to be the only woman in the gold buying business in America. You get to be the emotional one. But I think we're working on a solution, and that is coming up with a substitute ordinance that I think we can talk about in an intelligent way that brings into play the actual industry standards that may exist in other worlds and even in a gold producing state like Alaska, and may be able to serve not just the residents of the municipality but the whole state as a really economic, with the economic importance that is here for resource development and gold and silver, and we're not your average 1-800 cash for gold kind of state.
Thank you.
We're Alaska.
Mr. Croft has a question, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
Sorry, I thought I was getting beeped off.
You were.
Are you doing okay, Tony?
I'm good. I just frustrated.
So now they're buzzing me off. So
was that your question? I'm doing fine.
There's amendments we're considering. I can't guarantee that they're going to be passed, but the amendments that have been proposed would exempt placer d'or, which I had.
Doré is a French word for an unrefined gold bar.
Yeah, no, I'm learning that. Placer, doré, bullion, and coins as non-identifiable would take the requirement of hold away and replace it with a photography. We're just taking a picture of it.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we've expanded way beyond that but you don't have that new information, but I'd be willing to give that to you if you'd like. I was actually able to have a very lengthy conversation with the municipal attorney's office today that goes beyond what you and I have discussed in the past.
So then let me ask it this way, with what do you have a version that you could live with? That is, your business could proceed with some hassle, but not undue, that wouldn't drive you out of business?
I believe with the conversation I had with Mr. Sherwood today, which is, I'm sorry I haven't had an opportunity to talk to any of you about it because it happened late this afternoon. I believe that we have come up with an idea for a substitute arrangement that would work for the industry and would still reduce crime, hopefully. I mean, that's the idea of it. If APD will do their part, it will, I think, serve a purpose, and it will hopefully help people reconnect with their lost personal items that are stolen from them. And that's kind of the goal, I think. I don't know that it will reduce crime in the city, because I think that's a whole other issue. But I think, yes, I think that they gave me a really great opportunity to educate them about verbiage that would be accurate and
How
stuff
about
like
this,
that.
Tony? I'll look forward to seeing that then, if you're happy with it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Christine Hill as an over thee. We don't need any more ordinances. We have laws, very good laws. Let's enforce them. Isn't that a novel idea? We are all victims here of theft, and I do not want to help that industry, which is probably on the basis of, I'm sorry to say, of drug abuse, which is a serious problem in our community. We don't need any more ordinances. We don't need any more laws. Let's just enforce the ones we have. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michael, last name Dupree, D-U-P-R-E-E. So first to Mr. Croft, you were talking with Mrs. Goodrich about a proposal from the business, and I think it would be important to establish an amount of time that the businesses have to prepare a proposal, just like the people who prepared this proposal have been allotted. A couple of questions for you guys. First, what is your goal? What is the, not yours specifically, but what is the end goal of this ordinance? Why? What are we hoping to accomplish? And how will this benefit the community? We're looking at all of these situations that are in front of us with stolen goods and the opportunities for the people to get their goods back. But if the people didn't lose their goods in the first place, we wouldn't be in this situation. So we must be fighting crime and not the businesses and taxing them. I believe that this is a proposal to tax business. I don't see the crime stopping, and I don't see this benefiting the community financially either. The businesses will pay more taxes and they'll probably move out of the city, but nonetheless, people are going to continue to steal and they're going to sell them to somebody because they want money. And the businesses are paying municipal taxes, inventory tax, business license fees, and all sorts of things to contribute to the system that we have built. And now what we're hoping to do in this ordinance, by the way that I read it, is give the thieves an opportunity to do business with somebody else because local business will have exploited too much of them. And they're just going to go into the gray market. Now, that is fine and that will happen naturally, but the APD will no longer have the local businesses to support them. When the stolen goods come in, we tell them what we have, we work with them, we get it back to the people. The Craigslist buyers and the Let It Go buyers and the Facebook buy, sell, trade buyers, they're not going to work with APD. And that's where the goods will be going. Cost was brought up earlier, and this one is huge. If this were to be implemented, the cost for the businesses would be cameras for inside and outside, employees taking the time and information from the camera to the file, sending the weekly reports to APD, and computer to file or paperwork to store, risks for insurance and safety. Another thing to consider is we've been talking all evening about the cab industry, and the cab industry keeps records and pays for licenses, and they have safety ramifications that they have to follow, and they're fighting for a fair level playing field right now. Dick Cheney said earlier, Uber doesn't want to conform, and we don't need this in this town. Well, if we're regulated, the Craigslist and Let It Go and Facebook buyers don't have to conform, and they're going to do business as usual and continue to grow as business moves away from the local businesses.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a Victory E-2. This looks like an ordinance that's anti-business. The criminal does the crime and the business pays for it, basically. What should be done, we have to relate it back to our authorities, our cops, our police. Either they can do the job or they can't do the job with the laws that are now in the books. Why punish the businessman for what the criminal does? I mean, that's why we have laws, so that they can be enforced to protect the businesses and the common people. It just makes sense. This is anti-business all the way around. And we ought to put pressure on the cops. Say, hey, if you can't do the job, we're going to get vigilantes that can, like they do in my neighborhood. My gosh, my neighbors are armed to the teeth. This guy was showing me his Desert Eagle. He says, yeah, somebody ever tries to break in, I don't have a choice. Well, yeah, I can see that point. I can see that point. But this punishes the businessman. And we need all the business we can in Anchorage. Because without business, there goes our backbone. There goes our taxes. There goes our economics. There goes our future. I'm not supporting this. This is terrible. Who came up with this idea? Oh, naughty, naughty. That's not a good one. My name's Ed Larrivee. That's what I think.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Croft, did you have a question for him?
I had a question for Mr.
Sorry,
Larrivee.
Mr. Croft?
Mr. Larrivee, don't you think that having that record where we could tie it up to say, here is 40 gold coins, and that weekend there were 40 gold coins that were stolen, that at least if we can reduce the administrative burden, at least having that record might be useful for law enforcement?
Who's going to review the record? The cops? They can't even do their own job.
Anything else, Mr. Croft? Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I move to postpone action until the 21st of March, ma'am.
Can we have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know we're about to start a public hearing on the last agenda item of the night.
We're going to take that one up.
Can I say something? I'm sorry. I know I already spoke.
And you can only speak once. I'm sorry, dear.
So I can't say anything about the date?
No. This is
Okay.
our decision.
I know the municipal attorney's gone now, but he told me he won't be here on the 21st, Mr. Sherwood, and I won't be either. So we had asked that someone propose a different date, but I'm
Okay.
sorry I'm speaking out.
So,
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just wanted to let folks who are here for item 14AG, the UAV/drone ordinance, the amendment that was that I authored in concert with industry is available with Lisa and Amy. So if you haven't seen it and wish to grab a copy, I think they have a few extras over there. And that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, do you think we need to extend the public hearing time from 10:30 till 11 o'clock to handle Mr. Flynn's ordinance?
Well,
We can deal with it?
Mr. Trainee, thank you, but can we wait until we get to his ordinance? Can we finish this?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's a motion on the floor to postpone AO 2731 until the meeting of March 21st. Mr. Croft?
Well, with what we couldn't technically hear but heard with the with the two makers of a possible compromise unable to make it on the 21st, should it go to, is the next meeting the 11th, Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Croft.
April 11th? Okay, I was just asking that.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Trainer.
I don't see why March 7th wouldn't work for this. I mean, do we need the extra 2 weeks? We've got amendments in. I think we've covered it fairly carefully. So I guess I'd make a motion to postpone it to March 7th.
Mr. Trainee?
In talking to the police department before, they wanted to postpone it so we can get a few more amendments done. There's no reason we couldn't go to March 21st. And if he's not going to be here, legal's not going to be here, we can postpone it after that. Just give us the time to either do an S version or do amendments. If we do an S version, it has to go back to public hearing. If we craft amendments, it doesn't have to, sir. So I'd appreciate you doing it on the 21st of March.
Okay, question on the procedure then. So are you saying that an S version would have to be introduced and go through that process?
Yes version, you would have to go back to the process of public hearing again, yes.
Okay, but so we'd introduce it on the 21st, or it's just open?
What we could do is do amendments like yours on the 21st, sir. And any other amendments.
Or do it as an S version?
Or do an S version, require a full public hearing again.
Okay, I understand. Okay, the 21st will work.
So would you withdraw your motion,
Yes,
please?
I will.
Thank you. And whoever seconded it, please withdraw. Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Nothing, ma'am.
Okay, the motion before us is to postpone action on AO 2731 until the meeting of March 21st. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That action is postponed until the meeting of the 21st. We are now at Agenda Item 14AG, AO 2736, regarding operation of unmanned serial vehicles, UAV, and drones. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
I'm going to extend the public hearing.
In a minute. Anyone wish to be heard? Let's see how many people we have. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Give me a sec here. All right. I go by David Werner. All my citations are available on the Facebook group Alaska Drones. I'm going to speak very fast and very quickly on this because there's a lot of legal stuff. Now, the deal is, obviously, there hasn't been too much research on the jurisdiction issues on this. Back in 1926, there was a bill passed by Congress that put all jurisdiction of the skies to one agency. That agency is the, Aeronautic branch of the United States Department of Commerce, which is now known as the FAA, which falls underneath NTSB. Now, back in 2015, there was a memorandum passed out by the FAA, which specifically quotes, substantial air safety issues are raised when state or local governments attempt to regulate or the operation or flight of aircraft. If one or two municipalities enacted ordinances regulating UAS and navigable airspace, and a significant number of municipalities followed suit, functionalized control of navigable airspace could result in turn, this patchwork of differing restrictions could severely limit the flexibility of FAA in controlling the airspace and flight patterns and ensuring an efficient air traffic flow on navigable airspace, free of inconsistent state, local restrictions, essential and maintenance of safe and sound air systems. They also cited multiple court cases. Montolivo v. Spirit Airlines back in the, Ninth Circuit, 2007. French versus Pan Am Express back in 1989. That was the First Circuit. See also, what was this one? Arizona v. U.S. And this was 2012. Specifically, where Congress occupies an entire field, even complementary to state regulations impressible, field preemption reflects a regulation in an area, even if it's parallel to federal standards. Morales v. Transworld Airlines back in 92. Now, on top of that, there was back in 1946 a case that's called United States v. Cosby. Specifically, there's this special quote that I really like reading. The airplane is part of modern environmental of life and the inconvenience which it causes normally not comparable under the Fifth Amendment. This airspace, apart from the immediate reaches above the land, is part of the public domain. We need not determine at this time those precise limits are. Flights over private land are not taken unless they are so low and so frequent as to be a direct and immediate interference with the enjoyment and use of land. Also, to keep in mind with this one, it actually has a higher limit of 89 feet of a building. And this allows civil, no, I'll finish this up later.
Thank you very much. How many are here to testify on this item? Okay, Mr. Trainee, if you want to make the motion now, I think it's appropriate.
Madam Chair, move to extend till 11:15 so we can have public hearing at least that long.
Thank you. Any objection to extending? Seeing none, the meeting. Well, let's vote. Let's vote. It takes 8.
I'm hungry, too.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Evans. You have to stay. The meeting is going to be till 11:15. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Ryan Raffuse, R-A-F-F-U-S-E. My family owns and operates the Anchorage House of Hobbies, which we have done since my grandfather started in 1964. It's important, I think, to understand that this ordinance doesn't just include the multi-rotor quadcopters or drones, as has become extremely popular. This also covers traditional RC aircraft, helicopters, and fixed-wing planes and everything. I want to point out that, it has been brought up that this will have no economic impact, which RC aircraft got some notes for myself here. RC aircraft accounts for about 25% of our gross sales. Though I cannot estimate how this ordinance would actually affect that particular portion of our business, I'm sure it will have some effect. What I really want to point out here is there is no official flying field in the municipality of Anchorage for our hobbyists. There is parks where they can get permits and go to fly, but there is not a designated spot which they can operate their toys, their models. I believe it is imperative that before any regulations or limitations or ordinances that affect that or take place, the municipality has an obligation to provide a place for all these hobbyists to operate their hobby, which is done in many, many cities and municipalities all around the country. I believe an area in this town that could handle that would be the Campbell Creek area. So, I don't know, I'm not sure if my notes really are very helpful anymore, but this restriction goes into, affects children of others. I don't know. I'm not very good at this, so. But,
Well, you have another minute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm getting really hungry too, so I'm going to wrap it up. We really need a place to fly. It's necessary, and it would reduce the potential conflicts that this ordinance is attempting to combat. So,
thank you. Mr. Croft.
Yes.
Mr. Croft?
My first high school job, my first job at all was at the House of Hobbies way back when, and appreciate it.
Awesome.
Appreciate it from your grandparents. Yeah.
Mr. Croft?
What?
It's before my time.
No, they didn't fire me. I took it mainly out in games, board games, dorky little board games. So this covers all those motorized. I was trying to.
By the FAA's definition, a drone is any unmanned aerial system, and that includes fixed wing, traditional helicopter, and the quadcopters or multi-rotor copters.
And I thought I'd heard in reading stuff that it was the standard was 0.55 pounds. It's 55 pounds. Is
No. That's so a model that needs to be the way the FAA registration works, if that's what you're getting at. A hobbyist must register with the FAA as a UAS pilot. And in order to operate anything they own that is between half a pound and 55 pounds, they're required to place their pilot number on their aircraft.
And are most of the the fixed wing motorized hobby things, are those under half a pound, or are they usually more than that?
No, half a pound is pretty lightweight stuff. Park flyers, things that you can fly inside for sure. Our most basic trainer is a 4-foot styrofoam airplane that we can hand to any parent or child, and for the most part, they will successfully operate.
And that's over half a pound?
It is. It weighs about 1.5 pounds.
All right, thank you. You did much better on the questions.
I'm good with the technical side. I'm very good at that. Prepping and public, no.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Refuse, good to see you again.
Yes.
Thank you for your time last week, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Have you had a chance, Mr. Rada, would you raise your hand for just a moment? Have you had a chance to talk to Mr. Rada about our idea of exploring a space that could be made available to hobbyists?
Negative.
Okay. So we'll keep working on this and let you have the rest of your evening to yourself without being persecuted by assembly members. But if you would stop and talk to Mr. Rada and introduce yourself, I think that would be fruitful to at least getting that conversation started.
That'd be great.
It's one of the many interesting side notes that's come up in this debate as we worked on this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombrowski has a
Oh,
question.
I have one more. See, I know something that you don't know. So out in Birchwood, we have RC flyers. So we fly these out in Birchwood, and we have designated areas for it. And Mr. Rada is well aware of where those are. So
That is a club field,
it is.
and that is access to a field as opposed to a designated RC field.
well, you can join the club. It's pretty cheap, and
is.
it is an area that is, I would say, specific for that purpose.
It is not a very good area for it. It's not as big as it really needs to be in order to accommodate much.
Thank you, but I still think it's a great area. Come on out to Birchwood.
It is the only thing in the municipality that is allowed without permits. So in that, yes,
See?
it's great.
Thank you very much. We really need to move on.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Good evening.
Good evening.
What I got?
Lance Ahern, ARN. And overall, I really like the amendment that's been proposed. I don't really have a problem with it. That being said, I would prefer less, in this particular case, regulation to this. So I'm going to very briefly touch on 5 things that I've would consider in terms of evaluating this. And a lot of my information is from the National League of Cities prepared a report on cities and drones. So first of all, the whole privacy issue, which this is really directed at, the nuisance aspect and the privacy. That report indicates that the best way to deal with this isn't through nuisance type ordinances, but through platting and zoning actions. That is their recommendation. I think we're all aware that at 51 feet with high definition cameras, there is no privacy anyway. I mean, and it doesn't stop anybody who just wants to drive around town with a high def video camera capturing whatever they want. You know, it pays tribute to the idea of privacy, but privacy just really doesn't factor in here all that much. Secondly, as much as the amendment is really helpful in terms of identifying Part 107 as an exemption, and that's like the most permissive use that's available under FAA regulations, the reality is that that still requires a TSA background check, and by the FAA's admission, it's at least 20 hours of studying to basically get the Part 107. So for an average person who just wants to go buy this thing and have to go and study for 20 hours, pass a test somewhere, it's a little bit of overhead. Additionally, you may be aware that less than a week ago, the state introduced a concurrent resolution to establish a task force to look at making recommendations for comprehensive statewide policy on unmanned aircraft. Number 4 I have here, community benefits. One thing that has been talked about in the past here at Lusac Library, Mary Jo Torgerson has talked about allowing folks, patrons, to check out robots, and she's been talking about this for 3 or 4 years. She may actually be piloting somewhere. But in other cities, they are basically also now checking out low-end drones. In terms of economic development, I don't know how many people are aware here that there are at least 5 or 6 new drone companies in this town in the last year. So I think that that opportunity to be as
permissive as possible. Right now, in a sense, we are competing with Fairbanks. There's very active, because of the facility they have up there in the program. We are trying to, statewide have a consistent kind of approach to how privacy is treated, but certainly we want to appear as open as possible. I think you're all aware that the municipality has invested in a drone company as well.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
There doesn't seem to be any. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ben Kelly, Kellie, co-founder and CEO of K2 Dronotics, one of the aforementioned small drone companies in town. I had many comments on this until Mr. Flynn helpfully pointed me towards the amendment, so thank you very much. I just wanted to come down and say I am in support of this amendment exempting for safe, lawful use under Part 107, so thank you very much for that. One concern I do have, and I'd like to mention, though, is, we are often worried, we would be worried in this case about whether we should pre-coordinate with law enforcement in any way to prevent wasteful calls out, judgment from other people of what they think 50 feet is. We've been approached by people, not by our operations, but saying, well, I knew a guy that was flying and he was right outside my window and I did this and that. And it would be horrible to have it turn into a he said, she said sort of a deal. So something to think about in that case. We're committed to safe operation, lawful operation. We certainly will follow this very closely, but don't want to waste the municipality's time or the law enforcement time with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you run off,
Mr. Flynn, sorry about that.
Yeah, I just want to apologize. I meant to return your call. I didn't get a chance to. I apologize for that. But I'll catch up with you. Stick around for a couple minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton?
Hold on, I got to.
Sir, did you have a
Mr.
question, sir?
Sorry, we're all a little gooey-brained right now. Go ahead.
I just want to make clear, so do you support this ordinance with this amendment?
Affirmative. I support the ordinance with the amendment for a lawful operation for Part 107. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Good evening, sir.
Wow, first time up here. Y'all hear me okay? Yep. My name's Chuck Radliff, Romeo Alpha Delta Lima, India Foxtrot. I understand from what I read that Mr. Flynn was on vacation, heard a drone 20 feet away is what was reported. And though he doesn't have
Can you
any...
please speak into the mic?
Though he doesn't have any complaints from his constituents, he's still presenting a bill. FAA is what covers the air. It's what covers our flying. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about your constituents. I don't know a whole lot about your vacation, but I do have a master's in science and aeronautics with a specialization in aviation and aerospace management. And I just don't understand where this is coming from. You can look into the FAA, see that it's already covered. There's rules, there's guidelines. It's good that you're looking at doing a 107 exemption for commercial pilots. This isn't a commercial issue. 50 feet? Now, is that 50 feet in any planar dimension? 50 feet over the house? I usually fly mine at about 100 feet. I live out in Peters Creek. I'm really close to the airport. I give them a call. Let them know, hey, I'm flying over here from this time to this time. So what I'm supposed to do per my FAA regulations. But now we're going to nitpick, patchwork. Municipality is going to do something. The state wants to do something. The city wants to do something. And it's not an issue. That's all I got.
Thank you. Good evening.
I hate public speaking.
You did fine. You did very well.
Alan Erickson, last name Ericson. I'm from Indemnis. We're a drone company here in Anchorage. We took a good bit of time talking with Mr. Flynn. Had a lot of great advancements, understanding the ordinance and things like that, the exemption for commercial operators. Though this proposed ordinance is still something we can't support for many of the reasons that other people have echoed here, which is one, airspace an inch off the ground really is federal jurisdiction. And I did get some clarification, Mr. Welton, from your email the other day, from our attorneys today, to answer that question that you emailed me. But this kind of ordinance creates a safety issue, just like the previous gentleman stated. Having a patchwork of rules and regulations for your flight paths is not a safe thing. There are ways you can manage and regulate drones legally as a municipality that can hold up. Anti-voyeurism is one. This is a nuisance ordinance, not anti-voyeurism. Registration, things of that nature can be enacted, enforced. This would be the kind of ordinance that other cities have enacted, and when someone has been cited and they so choose to fight it, the ordinance is always thrown out in a federal lawsuit. Or the FAA comes on as, a friend. This goes directly against federal preemption. And I don't quite understand why this is even much of a conversation right now. We've offered to make resources available to the Assembly here to educate you guys, along with providing the former head of the FAA unmanned systems to your disposal to educate you on this topic, and it's just something we can't support right now. We know it wouldn't hold up. It's not enforceable, and this is the wrong piece of legislation. That said, we are in support of good legislation that we can enforce. We're not for stupid flying, but you can't legislate stupid in the first place. I think you all know that from your experience. And this is just the wrong thing to do that. So that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Dombrowski has a question?
I have a couple questions for you. So you have somebody who's flying a drone over your backyard, right? So you piqued my curiosity when you said, rather than go this route, if you went an anti-voyeurism route. So explain what that means to me.
Oh, okay. So anti-voyeurism is, I don't know if you read the FAA's guide that I emailed the Assembly, but an anti-voyeurism law is something that you can basically specify certain limits, like there's this drone hovering outside my house for a minute, or hovering directly outside my window, and that would fall under like peeping Tom or anti-voyeurism. That is enforceable,
And what would you see the punishment being?
You could do normally what you do, as Jim Williams suggested for us to suggest to you today, is you take your existing anti-voyeurism laws and you apply them to a flying camera. Literally, I don't know what the current laws are, but I'm guessing if you were at home and someone was trying to shoot a camera in your window and you caught them, in the evening,
We wouldn't need a ticket.
There's some law in the books, I'm imagining, that covers that. And most major cities have that kind of ordinance. And you're able to, by the FAA's definition, it's one of those things that they fully support people doing. And one of the gentlemen did have a great point. 4K camera, 100 feet off the ground, I can make you out perfectly. Distance doesn't introduce any privacy here.
Okay.
So yeah, you can basically take existing voyeurism laws and add flying camera to it.
You make some good points. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft has a question, sir.
So the amendment we're looking at provides an exemption for those that are holding a valid FAA petition under that section of the law. Who's required to have a valid FAA certification?
So the second you make a penny with an unmanned system, you're required to have a Part 107 or 3.3 exemption or a full commercial pilot's license.
What size vehicles are required?
At that point, it doesn't matter, I believe. I could be wrong, but anything over a half pound is definitely under the jurisdiction of the FAA.
I have to have a petition if I fly anything over half a pound?
And you make money with it.
Okay.
So yeah. If you're making money, you have to have a pilot's license, Part 107, some sort of certificate or waiver there.
But if I'm not doing it for profit, I can fly my 20-pound drone wherever I want?
Yeah, actually. So as a hobbyist, you have a lot more rights. In short, like Zach over here is a Part 107 pilot. He can't take off down at the park strip without an additional waiver from the FAA. But a hobbyist could call into Merrill and get permission to take off at the park strip and fly, as long as they said it's okay.
Without that full FAA petition? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I just have some practical questions. One, if this says you would keep a 50-foot vertical separation from a house or something, so then you can't come flying in and take a picture inside a window. So that practically helps out there, right?
Well, I have a single-story house, so I mean, 8 feet off the ground and you can see in the window.
Wait, but if you have to say 50 feet above, that you have some protection there. So just practically, if you're flying, is it a problem to be, so if you're 50 feet, it's 35-foot house, you're flying at 85 feet, is that a problem?
So the problem is that you're creating a different set of rules for the navigatable airspace. A pilot comes up from California, let's say on a job, or even a tourist. The rules that they're used to are flying under federal rules because those are the rules that actually apply and hold up. And they get cited by a police officer here or warned. They don't know that those are the rules, and that's part of the problem. And then if you have a smaller drone, honestly, one of the less advanced ones, but that weighs more than half a pound, generally you're flying that anywhere between 10 to 25 feet in there at most. You know, little tiny guy. You're not flying that 50 feet in there. At that point, you can't even barely see it. So, for a lot of like Ryan's customers from Anchorage House Hobbies, they might not be buying $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000, $20,000 drones. They're buying $100, $300 ones. And the racers, all the FPV racers, those guys don't fly that high. You know, they generally fly close to the ground. So there are a lot of aircraft where that kind of mandate can cause a lot of issues. Don't get me wrong, most people that get a drone learn about it pretty quickly because it's an investment and it's not a cheap toy. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to be buzzing through your neighbor's backyards. And the tree line in most of the city is 30 feet in the first place in most neighborhoods. So if you're not in an open space, you're flying above 30 feet to begin with. But it's just all comes back to the navigatable airspace and how your flight paths cannot be directed by anyone other than the federal government. And that is just very settled, clear case law. Everyone who's ever gone against it has lost. Everyone.
Okay. But practically there are drones, these UAVs, that have trouble hitting 85 feet.
That have trouble?
Going up to 85 feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Or they have trouble going up to 50 feet, flying it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Adam Holzer, Holzer, industry professional, an exemption holder, a 107 commercial certificate holder, and have been working on commercial projects for the last couple of years. To answer your question about 50 feet, Mr. Weddleton, over a property, I ask you the question, what about 50 feet adjacent to the property? And now you can see right there at 20 feet inside your second-story house window with a nice lens, a 4K camera. We get to the element of how to regulate something like this. Rather difficult, and for that reason, FAA has, the most power that they can absolutely administer right now, given the economy and the resources available to take control of the drone project. It's quite a task. It's a multi-billion-dollar up-and-coming industry. Earlier we talked about Uber. Wait till Uber drone comes out, okay? It's mythical. 4 years ago, we thought, yeah, flying cameras, yeah, right, it's not going to happen. And look, your kid got one for Christmas. Did you know that the FAA puts laws and rules and regulations out there to help coordinate safety? And our first line of defense are going to be the people, not necessarily local law, though I do support it. It's how the local law is actually going to be able to absorb that into its local or into our infrastructure. If a police was called because some guy was hovering their drone next door, it's unfortunate because I feel like a block away there's a much larger topic that needs to be addressed, and we don't have the resources right now to create that. I want to tell you guys a couple resources. FAA has a great website. They have an application called Before You Fly. It's free. You guys will learn a lot from that. Your kids will learn a lot from that. And in our community, being our first line of defense, it's going to start with education and awareness and how far we can allow that to go. There was a couple other points I wanted to make. I can't recall off the top of my head, but I'm open for questioning or whatnot. Oh, Drone usage for commercial use, anything that's used for the bettering of business. You don't have to make a cent. If I was to hover a drone 1 inch and take a picture and give you that picture free of charge, and you use that picture to post on Facebook to draw a crowd to your business, that's commercial use. That's no longer hobbyist airspace, that's national airspace, and the FAA has very clearly put exactly how the airspace is intended to be used. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean financial gain from the actual equipment operator or the entities behind it. It's the gain of the bettering of business. Also, anything underneath 0.55 pounds simply doesn't have to be registered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee.
Got a question for you. Does the federal government regulate what can be done to drones? In other words, if there's a drone on top of my house, am I stopping throwing a rock at it or hitting with a bat or something? Are they controlled by the government?
You know, at some point, code of ethics, okay?
But
Subjective.
there's no federal law that says you can't knock it out of the air.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it with them then. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There are no more questions. Hello? Yeah, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you all for sticking around for this for us. Amber McDonald, MCDON-ALD. I want to start by saying we've worked with Assemblyman Flynn, and this doesn't impact our business personally because we would be exempt under this, but one of the reasons we can't support this is because, one, you're entering uncharted territory. You're going to set the standard for something that really deserves more time and attention. We are walking into a completely new arena, and if we don't do it right, then we're wasting tons of time and money for you guys and for me, because I'm going to have to fight it. One thing I would add, we talked about anti-voyeurism. Let's look at the other cities. You know, we've offered, our company would be, I know, Mr. Flynn, that you're terming out, but if there's another assembly person that would be willing to work on another bill, we would welcome you to our office. We have the resources to help write an awesome ordinance that will benefit this city. You want to talk about not peeping in other people's windows? I can fly in a park that's not even near your property line and shoot through your window. This is not going to help that. If you want to prevent that, let's write an anti-peeping Tom law. There's other cities that have reckless driving or reckless flying laws. You know, we can look across the nation at the different cases, and we have all of those resources available. So let us sit down. I'm asking the municipality, I'm challenging the municipality to sit down with industry and work on this together so that we can come out with the first bill and be the leaders in Alaska and not just throw something out there because it sounds good. Let's do this together. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? No, just once. Thank you, but thanks for asking. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as in Victory, E-2. Haven't we got bigger fish to fry than this stuff? This ordinance is a public nuisance because it's wasting our time. I mean, all I see now is anti-business again. Hey, why do you think people have curtains in their windows? You know? I mean, it makes sense. If somebody's, I don't know of anybody that would like to look at my window, but hey, those curtains would shut. And also, who's going to enforce this? The cops? Oh, they'll go over big. FCC, there's not enough of them. And you've got planes that are actually pilotless. I was watching that on the news just a couple days ago. How will this affect them? The airspace above us isn't ours. The land might be, but not the airspace. I could care less, and a lot of my friends are the same way. We could care less if somebody's taking a picture of me riding my bicycle. I mean, who cares? You know? This is a waste of time, a waste of money. You know, we got to think before we get these ordinances, because this is a fine example of the muni. My name's Ed Larrabee. That's what I have to say.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. My name's John Phillips, Phillips. I'm a former vet, 10 years in the Army, year and a half experience with unmanned aerial vehicle systems. The problem with this is not only is it going to pose a problem with you guys, but it's also going to infringe on with the DOD, because they do have 3 units on pace that do this. You're getting into a lot of really gray terrain here. The fact is that the DOD stateside listens to the FAA on the unair using of drones stateside. I figure if the DOD thinks that the FAA knows what they're talking about for their defense department when they're stateside flying, maybe they know what's going on for the civilian side as well. On top of that, like I said, you got 3 units that routinely fly 50, 100 feet off some of these valleys through Palmer and up Eagle River for training missions. Well, if you have this ordinance, then I can complain to you, and then the department has to come over to you guys, start yelling, why are we getting complaints? And Mr. Flynn's bill now turned into more of a headache for the municipality between the Department of Defense and the local neighborhood. So that's just what I got to say about it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, I'd postpone consideration of this item to the meeting of March 7. Make that motion, sorry.
Is there a second? Mr. Trainee?
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I want to postpone action to this, the 21st of March, and require a work session by the Assembly.
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, while I appreciate Mr. Trainee's motion, and I would just gently remind him if he didn't hear before, I won't be here on the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee?
No problem. I'll go forward with this, ma'am.
Thank you. There's no
Work session on this, so we can flesh this item out.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue, so please vote on postponing action until the March 21st meeting.
With a work session.
With the work session.
Mr. Steele?
This item is postponed until the meeting of March 21st. We have 5 minutes left.
No, we don't, Madam Chair. The motion was to extend for public comment on this item only.
You are exactly right, Mr. Flynn. Thank you for reminding me.
Not right, 11:15.
No, he is exactly right.
No, he isn't. I waited, it was 11:15, Dick Trainee's motion. Look it up in the minutes.
I'll repeat it back to you. The motion.
I'm here for public participation.
Mr. Trainee, can you make a motion to extend the meeting for 5 minutes so we can hear from the
So moved,
citizens?
Madam Chair. I'll extend the meeting for 3 minutes, Madam Chair.
Can I have a second, please? Thank you. Any objection? Seeing none, please come to the podium. Thank you.
Run the clock.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'll count to 3 here because the issue I'm bringing for you is the auction. When you got into real estate, making that exemption didn't give equal protection to the other foreclosures, and you may have to renotice those. He had other remedies, such as a right of redemption that he could have sold. I think you opened up a legal can of worms there. That's why you should leave it up to the real estate department and listen to them and not make that kind of exemption. The other thing is, when you do these auctions and let the private departments do it, like scrap in purchasing, they don't have any knowledge of marketing or the market to use a proper venue to sell it. So whether it's scrap wire or the generator that has registered Pratt Whitney blades on it, that's a defense metal. You can't sell that out of the country or to any embargoed country. So when you get into this, we're back to solid waste services. I don't know why they're trying to sell it themselves. They tried that 2 times. They didn't get the bids. Then you didn't even follow your own rules to expose it to the other departments. But I did that. I motivated that. Those 8 DK dozers, the cheapest one out there is $150,000. They got transferred out of solid waste over to fleet for $10,000 each. These are substantial savings to the city brought to you by the private sector that you hired to do this job. And allow me or anybody you hire to do their job. ML&P put out a bid, no one knew it. It was a seal bid. We bid $5,000 and get it. They put out another seal bid on another office building. Ends up, no one knows about it. It sells for $500. You're losing money. And that's an RCA regulated rate utility. So you guys aren't following your own rules and you're killing an industry. If you're all for sustaining jobs in Anchorage, this state took $12 million in assets and sent it to Alabama, cut our permanent funds in half, and paid some pit-sucking welfare employee for the state to send our money there. We could have kept that $1.4 million in Anchorage or in the state, and it would have multiplied 7 times. I think you got to think a little more.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I am paying attention out here to what's being said a little more accurately than I think some of you on the chair.
Is there a second? Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.